we ready or? Okay. Calling case number 22-0003-920. I'm sorry, 000392-01AS, like Sam. This is in the matter of Brandon Fuller. He is a witness who has been detained in the case of People versus Ashley Williams, case number 20-003033. And Mr. Fuller has been picked up on that detainer yesterday. We tried to arraign him yesterday, but he refused to go in front of the camera yesterday. So he is now here today, and we are anticipating his testimony this morning. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Dreher, P79246 for the people.
Good morning, Judge. Richard Lander, 32990 for Mr. Fuller. Mr. Fuller, give your name. Brandon Fuller.
And Mr. Fuller, you understand you are a witness in this case? And the police were attempting to serve you with a subpoena and were having difficulty doing so. And
I got the subpoena. I was at work. I do heating and cooling. And I know, like, if your furnace go out and you call a heating and cooling company and I come fix your furnace, you wouldn't want police all outside your house. When I come back, you gonna be like, so I told him, he gave it to my mama gave it to me. If you do any kind of research, I had plenty of cases. I never responded. That to me was unnecessary. I was gonna come anyway. I just talked to the victim sister on the phone, like right when I got the subpoena.
well, that's not the information what that was relayed to me in order to get the detainer. The information was that your mother refused service of the subpoena and that your phone was going to voicemail and you weren't picking up after that. Those were the allegations in the
I was at work installing the furnaces. I do heating and cooling. I work heating and cooling.
Okay. Well, you're here today. Your testimony is anticipated this morning. Are you going to testify today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to bother setting a bond because as soon as you finish your testimony, you'll be released and the detainer will be released. So we'll have you stay in custody upstairs until your testimony. We're starting openings right now, and then we have one witness before you and then you. Okay. So once you're done testifying, you'll be done and released. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You can see if the are you taking back up or are you putting it down here somewhere?
Back on 5.
Back on 5? Okay. Tell the jury we'll be in about 5 minutes.
Off the record.
you're gonna hear Ashley Williams tell the police that after following Adrian George into a kitchen, she stabbed him in the chest with a knife. Now, ultimately, that's what brings about the criminal charges, but we have to discuss the case a little more than just that. You see, I filed an information alleging that on March 16th, 2020, over on Hartwell Street in the city of Detroit, this offense occurred. And at the time that it occurred, there was several people in that house having a good time. Not only were Ashley Williams and Adrian George there, but also Alaric Jackson, Brandon Fuller, Antoine Warren, and Diana Warren were present. What you're going to hear from Diana Warren is that she was upstairs giving 2 children a bath. You're going to hear from Alaric Jackson that he was in the front room when this happened, asleep. You'll hear from Brandon Fuller that he didn't see what happened, but again, heard what happened. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the layout of this house, you'll be shown, sort of makes a circle on the first floor. That circle is a kitchen, a dining room, a living room, and then the entryway with the stairs. So anyone in the living room can't see what's in the kitchen. Anyone in the kitchen can't see what's in the living room. And in the kitchen is where everything goes down. Now, what you're going to hear from the evidence and the testimony is that in the kitchen, there was a physical altercation. The old saying, dead men tell no tales, comes to mind. Unfortunately, Adrian George is not able to tell us what happened in that kitchen. But you're going to hear that his body does. Let me explain that. You're also going to hear testimony from Dr. Lokman's son, an assistant medical examiner here in Wayne County, who performed a full autopsy on the body of Adrian George. He's going to describe to you the knife wound in the chest being the cause of death. But he's also going to identify other wounds that were found on his body. He's going to tell you that on his left forearm, on Adrian George's left forearm, there are 6 incised wounds in a different pattern seen on his arm. Now, what he's also going to tell you is that he collected the fingernail clippings from Adrian George. And those were sent to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab. And you'll hear from Sarah Barr, who's a forensic scientist there, who tested those fingernails. And I believe her testimony will be that on the left-hand fingernails, there was nothing. But on his right-hand fingernails was the presence of the defendant's DNA. Now, the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. And as the judge explained at the beginning of the trial, there are certain parts or elements that must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt for this crime. And so my focus is really going to be on these elements and only these elements, because it is only these elements that must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The first is that the defendant caused the death of Adrian George. I don't suspect that that will be in dispute in today's trial. The next is that the defendant had one of 3 different states of mind. In other words, her intent was either to kill Adrian George or to cause great bodily harm to Adrian George, or she knowingly created a high risk of that harm with her actions. Now, you're going to be instructed later in the trial that to prove intent, we look at what the defendant said, what she did, how she did it, and any other facts and circumstances in the case. But then there's also this additional that it wasn't done under a circumstance that would reduce the charge. And this is where things become a little tricky. You see, you'll be instructed that what this consists of is that her thinking must have been controlled by some sort of emotional distress. There must have been something that happened that would cause a reasonable person to do this. Now, based on that event, she must have then also acted before there was enough time for this to subside. Now, if and only if both of those are satisfied, do we consider a reduced charge. But otherwise, we'd only consider the murder in the second degree. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your full attention throughout these 2 days when listening to the testimony of the witnesses who were present at the scene, listening and looking at the exhibits that will be presented to you, showing what the defendant said at the scene. And I'm confident that at the conclusion of this trial, that I will come back before you and ask for you to find the defendant, Ashley Williams, guilty of murder in the second degree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreyer. Mr. Plumpy?
Yeah, thank you, Judge, and I'm gonna talk as loud as I can. If anybody can't hear me, just raise your hand. Okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
An opening statement is not evidence. It's a preview of what each side expects will happen. Let's go back to March 16th of 2020, almost 2 years ago. A violent confrontation occurred in the kitchen at 19329 Hartwell, a street in the city of Detroit. And that confrontation was between Adrian George, as mentioned, the deceased, and Miss Ashley Williams, seated there, the accused. Miss Williams stabbed Mr. George one time because she was in fear that she would lose her life or suffer great bodily harm. These two, Miss Williams and Mr. George, had been friends for about 4 years. They were not that type of relationship. However, they had had some prior clashes, arguments. One time, Miss Williams had called the police. Nothing occurred after that. And as Mr. Drader said, they were having a good time, the people. They had left where she works at the liquor store. I'm talking about Mr. Jackson, a civilian, and Mr. Fuller, a civilian. They had walked from 7 Mile to Hartwell. And that was where Mr. George's aunt lived. He lived there. But they were all friends and indicated, yes, they'd been drinking. She had been drinking, Mr. George had been drinking, and they were, I guess, good terms, having a good time, until an argument did break out in the living room between Miss Williams and Mr. George. The argument started in the living room and moved to the kitchen. It was there that Mr. George assaulted her, had his arms around her neck, at least one, and was choking her. She felt in great fear. She grabbed a knife. She had been in the kitchen preparing food. Part of the argument was that Mr. George didn't want her preparing food. So many of these things are over relatively minor things, but she reacted. And she grabbed a knife, and as they were that close, that his DNA, her DNA is under his fingernails. It stabbed him one time. And what did she do next? She made a big mistake. The police came. She told them, I don't know anything about this stabbing. Why? She'll tell you, because she was afraid. It was the auntie's house. She was fearful and did not tell the truth. And we talked a little bit about the elements of the crime. I didn't, Mr. Dreyer did. And he laid them out carefully, but he did not go into self-defense, lawful self-defense in Michigan which the judge will instruct you, that if a person has a reasonable and honest belief that they're in danger of great bodily harm or death, then that person can use deadly force to protect himself or herself. So that's pretty much the issues in the case, and I agree. The two people in the living room didn't see anything. But anyway, that's what self-defense is in Michigan, and that is a complete defense to the charge of murder. So when the testimony is completed, probably tomorrow, I will be able to talk to you once more in what's called closing argument. Again, not evidence. Nothing that Mr. Dreyer says is evidence. That comes from the witness stand. But I'm confident your verdict will be not guilty. And I'm not going to talk about lesser offenses now. There is a lesser offense you may or may not be instructed on, called voluntary manslaughter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Plumpy.
You're welcome.
Should we call the first witness and maybe do his direct up to the video? Or, I'm not sure how long his testimony is.
It would just be, the majority of it would be the video, Judge.
Okay, well, let's do what we can till we have to break. We have to break at 10 o'clock for like a 15-minute break, but, so we'll go till 10 and then we'll take a morning break till about 10:20.
Yes, sir.
And
Officer
then we'll come
Mathis.
back and finish with that witness if we haven't. Oh, yeah. Is it going? Where are the values at?
Your Honor, while that's getting set up,
My court reporter's there.
Your Honor, while that's getting all set up, I believe Mr. Plumpy and I have come to a stipulation to move for the admission of People's Exhibits 1 through 12, the photographs.
So I'm gonna ask you to step up here, put this on, take the mask off. Okay. And then, clerk, let's see, if I'm doing that, can you swear to witness, please? While he's still standing.
You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth on nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you seated? Can you please state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Ricky Mathis, R-I-C-K-Y, Mathis, M as in Mary, A-T-H-I-S.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed with your questions.
Your Honor, just in the interim, I would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibits 1 through 12, the photographs.
By stipulation?
No objection.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
And sir, if I could just have you keep your voice up. We have jurors way in the back here too.
Okay.
Mr. Dreyer, if you're gonna share things on the screen, you might wanna join the Zoom room as well, so it'll go up on that screen.
Judge, unfortunately, the only way I'm able to share it is over the internet. There'll be an inevitable delay on that. So the video then being played at both that screen and that screen,
Will be
specifically,
distracting.
it
Okay,
might be distracting.
okay.
So I would just ask for the opportunity to be able to play the exhibits during breaks, if the court would want that. Otherwise, I'm fine with not,
Because I can't see any of the videos. If you don't have it up on there.
I understand, Your Honor. Did you, I can keep that screen there, flipped around, if you would like, Judge, or I can move it
The
closer
witness
to
has
you.
to see it too.
at some point, for the pictures, maybe not the video, though.
That's okay.
Okay. I could turn this
And
screen
also
off.
the viewing public can't see it as well unless you share the screen.
I understand, Your Honor. There's some limitations I'm trying to work with.
Okay.
Sir, will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Ricky Mathis. I'm a police officer with the city of Detroit.
How long have you been a police officer?
I've been with Detroit for over 5 years.
And were you working in that capacity on March 16th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I was.
What is your role with the Detroit Police Department?
I work in the Special Operations Unit, which is just a subsection of patrol where we handle calls for service. So, for example, if a larceny is coming out or a disturbance, we respond to those calls and also conduct traffic stops, make arrests, issue citations, things of that nature.
Now, do you recall being called to an address on Hartwell Street on that evening?
Yes, sir.
What were you called for?
For a stabbing.
Do you remember approximately what time you arrived there?
No, sir.
Was it evening or afternoon?
It was dark.
And are you equipped with any sort of equipment that records your movements?
Yes, sir, I am.
What sort of equipment are you equipped with?
It is a body camera that's fixated upon my chest.
Do you recall if that was working on that evening?
To my knowledge, it was working.
And how did you arrive at that location?
In a marked patrol car.
Is that patrol car also equipped with any sort of recording equipment?
It is equipped with a dash cam, which records video and audio to my knowledge.
Are you aware of that system was working as well?
I believe it was, yes.
Can you describe for us what you arrived to? In other words, what was happening when you got there?
When I got there, I walked in and saw an individual lying on the ground who was bleeding from his chest.
Now, Your Honor, I believe at this point is when I would play the video. Does the court wish me to proceed?
You've got 15 minutes.
Okay. I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 13. Sir, can you take a look at that? Can you tell us what I've just handed you?
It's a DVD that says Mathis BWC, which from our abbreviation, I know as body worn camera, clips, which I'm guessing it's gonna be my body cam footage.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review that information on that disc?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what was recorded on that night?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the people would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 13.
No objection.
People's 13 will be admitted.
And for the record, I'm going to publish to the jury.
How long is the video?
Your Honor, the three clips are a total of about 15 minutes.
Okay, so be perfect timing. Will you be able to see the screen? Because it's turned. Are you gonna ask some questions about what's going on?
No, Your Honor.
No?
Who's stabbing? Him and that girl was fighting.
Which girl?
You not stabbed. Yeah, someone that yeah, we was all sitting here.
No weapons on anybody?
No.
No? Okay. No weapons on the couch?
No.
Okay, who's he to you?
That's her, that's her nephew.
Her nephew?
Yeah, we just visitors here.
Okay.
Yeah, she got kids up there and grandkids and everything.
Okay, who do you, he's just a friend then? Is he family?
That's family to her.
To you?
No,
They're
it's
just
her.
friends? Okay. Sir?
Yeah, we just visitors.
You're just visitors, so you're just friends?
Yes.
Is there anyone else in the house down here other than the kids upstairs?
Not that we know of, no.
Here's what we're gonna do. Here. Ma'am, can I have you have a seat on this chair here?
Oh, yeah, we looking for a phone.
Okay, all right, yeah, just have a seat there for me. And sir, I'm gonna have you have a seat on this one, okay? And no weapons on you, right?
No, he fell.
Okay, you fell?
About a year, kids down there, he fell.
Okay, how did he fall?
We can't even go in the kitchen. He fell. He slipped and fell. He been arguing with people all day because he was intoxicated.
So he's drinking.
Yeah, he drinking. He drunk.
He's just drinking alcohol, or is he using drugs as well? Just beer. Okay.
We know.
Okay.
This is the auntie house, and we all visitors. Okay. We all visitors.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Nobody, he was arguing, I'm gonna say, with the whole house.
Who's that?
The auntie upstairs, she got grandkids, his babies upstairs.
Right. She said that he fell. Right.
He stabbed. Who stabbed him? Come on.
Oh, no, we don't know.
You know who stabbed him. He stabbed on your floor right there. Who stabbed him?
No, I don't stay here, sweetheart.
Who stabbed him? Are you kidding me?
I don't stay here, sweetheart. I don't stay here. Me and him don't stay here.
Who left? Who left before we got here?
We don't know. And I ain't gonna tell you. We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm
Yeah, I need yours.
This Ashley Williams.
Ashley Williams. When is your birthday? What's that?
May 15th.
May 15th, 1991. What's your phone number?
248
Uh-huh.
785
785
7799
7799. Where do you stay?
on 6 Mile.
Your
I
address.
stay on Schaefer and Grove.
Okay, what's the address?
16623 Schaefer Highway.
16623 Schaefer Highway.
That's apartment 22.
All right.
That's apartment.
Miss Williams, how old are you?
I'm 28.
So what we gotta do is we gotta do round some CPR. We're gonna call the hospital. CPR shot, right? Yeah, one shot. Yeah. You cut right here at the door.
Who else was here at the time?
I'm gonna say we was 9. I ain't gonna lie. We was over here 9. We ain't here.
You said you were over here?
We both was on the couch 9. Like, and I ain't gonna lie to y'all. We was drinking a beer.
It's not illegal to drink. We just want to know what happened.
Okay, we don't know. We never
We
seen
have someone dying. We're trying to figure out what.
Okay, when she seen us, she woke us up. They woke us up. Now before then, we don't know who left when me and him woke up.
Okay,
We
so
don't know.
tell me what you observed. So you were sitting here, what happened?
I was 9. I was sleeping. I don't know what happened, sweetheart.
Okay, what'd you hear? What'd you see? What'd you notice?
Just somebody saying bitch, while we sleep, just bitch.
You said earlier he was fighting with everybody in the house, right? Because he was drinking.
That's what I just told.
Who else was here?
Her son and probably a couple other people.
Probably, or were there?
They were, but I can't give you no information. That I'm sitting down here drinking, I was nodding off. Yeah, we was sitting on
Who
this
left
couch.
this house since he was?
We don't know. We just got woke up.
So you're saying through this whole incident, you were just like nodding off in a sleep?
We not, yeah, because I'm drinking a 40 of a beer, and I'm not gonna lie, I was drinking beer.
When you sound pretty alert. How about when someone's getting stabbed?
You just scream when they get stabbed.
I don't know. We didn't hear none of that. No, we didn't, because this kid's upstairs. No, we didn't hear none of that. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. No, we didn't.
No, so you are though. You are.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are. You're telling your version of what you want to tell us instead of being truthful. I mean,
I can't.
You're only telling us what you.
Tell you.
You're only. Well, see, that's the issue.
I'm not gonna say
That's the issue.
him.
That's the issue, though.
Okay,
Right.
I'm gonna let
That's right. That's the issue. Is you're only telling us what you want to tell us.
you said leave me alone and to speak and to spoken to.
I just got there. I need to get hers.
Come on. I wasn't drunk.
Okay, so he was fighting you, ma'am?
He was fighting. Two people left out the house.
What woman was he fighting?
Okay,
This
me.
one right
He
here?
wasn't fighting me. No.
Okay.
He talking shit to everybody.
The chamber,
She got blood on her hand.
yeah, lock her down. That's one problem. What else?
Somebody at least I don't want to tell it. But the son and somebody jumped in some truck. And that's on my head because I was pulling him up because she told me to grab him. Yeah, Auntie, can you tell him I was pulling him up when you said, yeah, she did. I don't, two people left and I didn't want to tell you. Yes, yeah.
Not there. No, back where you were.
I'm sorry. Can y'all lift me up? Yeah, she don't know. We don't even know. All we know.
Who's with Matt?
Two people didn't leave the house. We don't know the two people
Miss
that.
Williams, go and stand up for me.
Can I understand?
We're gonna go outside.
Yeah.
Just get her out of here.
Yeah.
Okay. Any weapons on her?
No, I got me. That's what No, I don't got nothing.
Where's your weed at?
I don't have nothing.
You don't have any weed on you?
I'm a single.
Hey, Denny, can you help me with some light, or partner, can you help me with some light?
Diane, who jumped in there?
Hey, don't be screaming.
I didn't want to tell somebody.
screaming.
Two people. See who left. I didn't leave. When you told me to pick him up, we was trying to wake him up. Yes, we was. She is too. Yeah, I ain't got nothing to see. Okay, that's a bad. And I got money in my other pocket. Yeah.
How much money you got on you?
That's probably a
Is that
bag.
weed too?
Yes, that's probably $3. That's probably it. Y'all $3.
A little more like.
Two guys left, and I didn't want to tell two people. We don't know who the two people was. They gone. Her son.
Is this your son,
Son, I ain't gonna lie, officers, two people did just leave. Well, can I just walk? I don't like you grab me. I ain't gonna go nowhere. That's crazy.
Unfortunately, what's crazy is the lack of cooperation when there's, I mean,
On top of the Ray too.
you know, I mean, that's where we're at.
We was the only three that was in the house. She said her son and them left. We don't know what happened.
Sit down.
Ooh, can I ask y'all one quick? Can y'all unloosen that right one? Cause y'all got that tight. I meant the left one right here. The left one. Oh, just the left one. It's tight, yeah, the left one tight.
Yeah, she has blood.
Yeah, it's tight. No, not that one.
I'm just gonna check them both.
No, it's just the left one, it's the left one, the left one. No, it's the left.
I understand.
I don't wanna give y'all no problems, we ain't no incident or nothing. No.
Bend over, ma'am. Just bend at your waist just a little
Okay.
for the light partner.
Like this.
It's meant to be that way.
That's good, job, that's good. Yeah, you had it tight. No, ain't none of us, we was the only guy here. Now whoever was in a truck,
Come see.
and Auntie not lying, somebody was in a truck and they
Stop.
left. Yeah, they did leave. Shit, hold on.
Sir, if I could have you turn that monitor around to face you?
This monitor,
Yes.
this turn or?
You have to turn something around.
Sir, I'm gonna show you People's Exhibit 1. Can you tell us what this is?
That is the hallway as we first walked into the house where the individual's laying on the ground.
And can you tell us what room is at the far end of this picture?
The far end to where the white wall is goes into the kitchen. And then immediately to your left here would be the living room.
Okay, I'm gonna show you People's Exhibit 3. So is this as we're traveling then through that doorway you just described towards the kitchen?
Correct. So as you're traveling down the hallway to the white wall in the previous picture, you then would walk into the kitchen and this would be the kitchen here.
Now, while you were present, did you see any other tables that were at the scene?
Not that I can recall.
And so I'm also gonna show you People's Exhibit 4. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is just a different angle of the kitchen. And as you can see here in the corner of the picture is where the hallway is, which then if you continue down would access the front door, which is where we made entry upon contact.
And then, sir, I'm gonna show you People's 9. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a picture of the defendant's hands after she was detained in handcuffs.
So this would have been after what we saw on the video.
That's correct.
Would it been, do you recall how long after that?
I can give an approximate.
Let me ask you, where was this picture taken, location wise?
I believe it was taken at the Detroit Detention Center.
So then after she was transported.
Correct.
Mary, did you want me to stop here?
Yeah, we're at 10 o'clock, well, a couple minutes too. Let's stop here and we'll resume your testimony at 10:20. Okay, we'll take a morning break and then we'll come back until about 12:30, okay? We'll break for lunch about 12:30. Leave your notebooks on the chairs. Things are going much smoother after this. Do you want to step into the grey room? Timing issues we need to discuss, Mr. Greer?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Do you want us just back here? How long?
So let me just look at your witness list here. Is this my copy? So this is Officer Mathis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Who else is testifying today?
Today I would expect Brandon Fuller, followed by Officer Cortez Williams, followed by Alaric Jackson, followed by, Sergeant Beasley.
I'm
followed
sorry,
by-
wait, so we have Williams, Fuller. Sorry, Fuller, Williams, and then, you said, who is it?
Jackson,
Jackson, oh, Alec Jackson, okay.
followed by Sergeant Beasley,
Beasley,
and then
okay.
Sarah Barr.
Oh, you have her today too?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that should, it's,
See it on your list. I'm looking. This is dated March 26, 21. Do you have a different one?
that might be before the last came out, Judge. Does it say amended, second amended at the top?
No, it doesn't. I don't even have access to Odyssey on here. Can you,
I can print out a new one, Judge.
or just being here, well. I don't have access to anything on here. Maybe I can do it. I might be able to do Odyssey still. Hold on. Yeah, they do actually have a. Yeah. It is letting me in, okay. Did they log this into some other passcode, and so I don't even have access to my Outlook, and I don't have access to anything back.
So I shouldn't email it then, Judge?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll just pull it up on there, honestly, they just printed the wrong one for me, and for the court reporter, I'm assuming too.
What time would you like me back, Judge?
10:20, I said.
10:20. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are you around? Yeah,
Did you offend people? Cause everybody's gone.
we took a break. I'm just trying to get Odyssey up and running.
Yeah, good luck. No, I'm just working for me.
No, I just had to put in my information to get my docket up.
Do you remember the other day, you signed a warrant for Anvil Jabber?
Maybe. Probably when I was super alternate.
Violating probation. It's our case,
Oh,
Jordan
yeah.
Brown.
Yeah.
He wants to get a range. I was thinking 131. 131 is already pretty heavy, like we do maybe 131 at 11 o'clock. Like, I don't know if he is available, but
I don't even know what we have.
I mean, it'd be nice if, we could give him some, if you could give me 3 choices, then I can get it put in. That'd be nice. Water's ordered.
Good. Everything's heavy. You know what? Add something to the 28th. We're gonna go. What was it?
Can you give me a couple more, like, just, break 128, like 11 o'clock?
We'll do it.
Maybe give me a couple.
I'm gonna do it from home probably.
Right.
I'm only gonna add a couple things to that, but if anybody wants something added, arrangements or whatever, add it to 128. We're gonna be doing it.
I guess the other piece of it is if you're gonna lock them up, then that's different.
What's the warrant say?
It's long. I mean, it was,
Well, let me find him then. Spells name.
well, that's a very good question. Odyssey's got him as, AR.
Hold on.
Last name? JABGO?
No, it's MUD, it's long. So let me go back upstairs. I guess I'll text it to you. Unless you want me to email the warrant to you.
Problem is I don't get email on this computer because
All right.
I'm, it's logged in as somebody else, so I can't get my email on.
So I'll just text it to you and you can text me back, at 128.
Just try 128, and if that doesn't work, then 131. But yeah, we're not, this is gonna be done. They may be deliberating, but I can do. If they're gonna be deliberating by.
It's a CSC, Brian, that's in the, where did he go to,
Council.
and obviously he didn't.
New alleged CSEs.
Well, that's what's got me concerned that maybe we're gonna want to.
We should do it live.
I think, let me go get what I got, and I'll bring it right back to you, and then we'll know for sure.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we could be playing with this a while.
I have a feeling we're ending tomorrow. We probably even do it on Thursday here.
We'll find out.
Have her come back in and just plan here in person. How are you doing today?
I'm here
Thank you.
sorting out the logistics.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna have to take a break unless you can
We
get
got-
our deputy over here.
Well, we're gonna have, no, Sarge is gonna fill in for us when he's gonna stand down here.
Okay.
You're gonna have to clear the jurors out, because I gotta bring them through that door there.
That's okay. We can
So
bring the
we'll just have them
witness
sit in
to
the
the door.
hallway.
We can bring the witness to the door. I don't care.
We can't. We're not supposed to bring anybody in custody past the jurors out there. That's the only problem.
Well, they're gonna say, aren't you locked up right now? You're not.
They're going to, but for security purposes, I prefer them not to walk
Okay.
past. So
Okay.
we'll just have them sit in the hallway for a couple minutes, and then,
So your
I'll put 'em in the stand.
sergeant can clear them out? And-
Yeah.
Or we'll just take a break when it's
Sar-
time, because
yeah.
it'll take 5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
We're
we're
gonna bring it down.
bring him down, then Sarge is gonna stand in while I take him back to the jail when he's done,
Yeah.
and so we can keep the ball rolling here
It's
when I
gonna be
get
a lot
back.
of in and out.
Yeah, so once he's done testifying, we gotta have the jurors sit in the hallway again. I'm gonna take him back to the jail, Sarge is gonna stand in until I get back, and then we can, keep everything going at that point. So we don't have to kind of all the way back. So,
Got your adjournment, or did you get the
Well, they're
dismissal?
still waiting to get in. I'm gonna,
Call
maybe,
the courtroom?
I'm gonna have somebody maybe call.
Here. What's the number?
Number there is 586 469.
The message.
I think that's the secretary.
It said press 1 to speak to the
Oh,
secretary.
Secretary should be. That's the-
Courtroom may not pick up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, this is Judge Van Houten from Third Circuit. How are you? I'm good. I have Mr. Plumpy in a jury trial with me, and he's trying to log in. We just took a break so that he can log in for a bench trial that's supposed to be in front of Judge Massaroni. Can you let him into or get them to let him into the Zoom room so that he can handle that matter? before we have to go back on the record? 3 minutes, okay, yeah, because we only have about another 10 minutes or so, so if you could, okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye. They said they're handling one other matter, and then they'll be letting you in after they finish their other matter. It should be in another 3 minutes or so. I figured having the Judge Van Houten part would move it along a little quicker.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I know.
Because otherwise, we're gonna wait forever. That's fine. This is you're talking about, is not. Well, I don't know. It'll either be here or. Nothing shows that 504. They should be.
Ron, do you want me? They're 1 to 12. So they've been admitted, and then I have them on my computer, I'm just gonna show whenever I publish. Yeah, if she wants, I didn't know if you wanted to maintain control of the exhibits or not. Oh, okay. I hear you. Sorry, good. So if we're not even missing anybody. I'm just guessing.
That's one.
Okay. Are you still on Zoom, Mr. Pompey?
Yeah, I'm still in the waiting room. I can give the phone. Maybe. Yeah. Didn't help us. But anyway. Okay, the one you got through to was 586. Now, there, it's all different.
I would rather the juries. Yeah. I mean, and I did it the last trial, I did it, it didn't become an issue, in terms of, I also had some in the court. Give the controller. Is it on your bench or?
Yeah, there's silver remote. Calling case number 20-003-033, People versus Ashley Williams, appearances please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Greer for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor, Robert Humphrey, 22965 on behalf of the police.
I note for the record, Ms. Williams is present, all 15 of our jurors have returned to the courtroom, and we are ready to proceed, and the witness is still on the stand, Officer Mathis, and have you finished your direct examination yet, Mr. Dreyer?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll continue with the people's direct examination, and you're still under oath.
Now, so prior to the break, you mentioned that the People's 9, the photograph of the hands, that happened after she was transported?
That is correct.
What was she transported in?
In a marked patrol car.
And earlier you testified this car was equipped with audio, video capture equipment as well?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 14. Sir, can you tell us what I just handed you?
It's a DVD, and listed on it, it is Mattis, which is the last name of my partner that day. And it says back seat, which I'm assuming is the back seat of our patrol car.
Now, did you have an opportunity to review the footage that's on that desk?
I have.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that evening?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the people would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 14.
No objection.
People's 14 will be admitted.
Now, sir, on the first video that we observed, it ended with you placing Ms. Williams into the back seat. Where does this one begin?
This one begins when she's actually sitting in the back seat of our marked patrol vehicle.
Your Honor, at this time for the record, I'm going to publish to the jury.
Can you help me out? Kind of truck, man. Cause that's what she just told y'all. 2 guys did just leave. I don't this shit. I like it. Blood, my hand. Somebody got my cell phone. What's up, Tom? Shit. Officer. I was about to say, can you get my coat? You not doing I gotta get the fuck out of my bag. I should have grabbed the bags and walked out the fucking door. I'm telling L to get the fuck up. Let's go. Yeah, I would have hit that Patrice motherfucking house, man. Yeah, I would have hit that Patrice shit. Shit. Oh. I would have hit that Patrice house, man. Or spent the night. Auntie don't know what's going on. Son ain't that. I don't know who left this bitch. He done been in the car. I ain't being shit. I ain't being nothing. I ain't being nothing. And then getting high. That's it. Over. They threw my weed on the floor.
You take that panic alarm on Berwick.
Shit. I gotta pee off. We ain't did shit. First time, he wasn't just arguing with me. He was arguing with everybody. Shit. They can't just hold me here. Like, they ain't got no case on me. I ain't dead, man. I'm the one to tell y'all, yeah. It was a great truck. It was a great truck that pulled it off. I ain't gonna lie, it was a great truck. A great truck that pulled it off. Officer! Officer! You can't take you to my station. Hold up, man.
Medic 27, sir.
I'm back in the car. I ain't did nothing. I'm in here getting blown with air. We want the cops getting blown. I tell y'all what y'all want to know, but I ain't like that. Yeah, I tell y'all none of us was in there. We don't know who left the house. I know what type of truck they was in, but we ain't seen her until we woke up. I'ma just cooperate with y'all because we ain't being nothing. Like Auntie said, I don't know her son that left. That's what we woke up to, yeah. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, it was alcohol in the house. We was drinking, yeah, on the couch. I ain't going to jail. Man, I ain't did nothing. No, I ain't did nothing, no. But I could tell y'all what the truck looked like. It was a gray truck. I'm just ain't no snitch though. But I didn't see nothing until I woke up. I just seen niggas leaving. Yeah, they did hop in the gray truck. I'm cooperative. Shit, I'm trying to go to bed myself. My son even in there. I got my baby in there. Yeah, we got kids in the house.
Okay, the report number is gonna be 20-0316-0354.
Boy, I got to pee so bad.
Voluntary DPO violation, 18685%, 18685%.
So are you Ashley Williams, ma'am? Yeah, Jean, a middle name Jean. Yeah, cause they get Ashley mixed up, yeah. What's your date of birth again? May 15th, 1991. Damn, I gotta piss so bad. Shit. I believe. Damn, I gotta go in. Not necessarily. I'm about to say not for questioning me. Yeah, I'm about to say yeah. Auntie even said yeah. We don't know. I'm gonna say when she came downstairs, the arguing, and she said when she came, me and the man was knocked out on the couch until we just woke up when y'all all just came. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, it's beers in the house. We all was getting our buzz on. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's some old shit. Yeah, I ain't got warrants. No, I'm on child support. Yeah. My auntie said her son and them left. They left in the gray truck. I don't know. It was a couple niggas that was in the house. I don't know who the man argued with, but yeah.
You pull closer, track 5. Put your with track 5, please.
I got to use the restroom, though. I gotta hold it. Okay. Shit. And my code ain't even pulled up on me. Yeah, somebody got my cell phone, my charger, my bed.
Voluntary DPT, 7 mile over, 7 mile over.
Shit. You see, you walking down, that's got to be the truck on the corner. Yeah, the auntie say 2 niggas left. Damn, I gotta go in for what? No, he did nothing. Damn. The kids in the car too, and all this shit in the house. Damn.
Hey, you're calling 10-6, 10-6 your status?
10-6, hold on paper.
That's full, sir. 149.
Shit.
110.5.
So y'all just take me to my house, I don't even stay over there.
41902, that's 41902 for unknown call.
You would have got on, you don't even stay over here, you over here getting it.
What work?
Software.
You can show us clear, yeah, we'll take the investigate rating.
Yeah, it's 116.
Maybe, no, maybe it's not. We,
10-5, you were good on that info?
Good.
officer, I gotta go in. Don't know yet. I hope not, yes, I ain't did nothing. You and my friend, the guy in there, we ain't did nothing. If y'all can find a great truck like Auntie said, yeah, when she came down, yeah, me and him was asleep. I don't see how y'all, yeah, that's crazy. I'm respecting y'all and everything, cause I ain't did nothing, no.
What's the guy that was stabbed, what's his name?
She tells y'all his name. We call him Red. That's what we call him in the neighborhood, Red.
You know, his first name?
No, the auntie got to know. This is auntie house. We know him by Red in the neighborhood. Got to be around my mother's age. Cause my mama 53, he got to be around 50s.
0410, no, it's 0410.
Got to be, yeah, in his 50s. And Auntie said a great truck pulled out her driveway, but I can't tell. There was some guys, I can't tell, yeah, you know, who was at the house. Hell no. I was knocked out. I was knocked out on the couch. Yeah, with the tall guy that's in there, Al. I'm cooperating. I know y'all doing your job, yeah. We always grabbing him, telling them to get up. Yeah, she said her son was here. Her son. What's his son's name? Antoine. I don't know the last name. I know his name. Antoine. Yes. Yeah, Auntie said that when she was on the stairs, he was cussing everybody out. So I don't know. And yeah, it was two people there, some guys. And there was a gray truck in her driveway. She didn't really want to say everything. But when me and the guy that y'all just called, yeah, we woke up off the couch because she was screaming. She was screaming coming down the stairs because his baby's upstairs from 4 years old, 5, and 4. We never heard nobody scream or the guy that's in there. No, that's what we looking like that. Auntie said her son was down there. We don't know where her son went. And like I said, I ain't no snitch. If there some guys, we don't know where they went. Yeah, when we woke up, when she screamed down the stairs, we don't know where they went.
No longer needed.
I can't go in. I ain't did shit. Shit.
Radio calling 1212.
Antoine, I don't know his last name. Yeah, that's what I was telling him. It was him and some guys downstairs. We don't know who left the house or none of that. We don't. Yeah, his name is Antoine. We don't know his last name unless the mama know it.
47 miles, that's 47 miles.
Yes, I'm just a friend from the neighborhood. Me and the guy, yeah, that's in there. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. And officer, I wasn't lying. I was just trying to not tell on nobody. But we did see some guys downstairs, and her son was one of them. They must have jumped in the truck, she said. She don't even know. I know his name is Antoine. I don't know the last name.
Whose name is Antoine?
Her son, Auntie, the Diane, her son. That's what she said. Her son left the house. We don't know who left because yeah, I'm gonna say me and the guy, y'all just in there. We was nodding off on the couch drinking a beer. Yeah, me and the guy Al, we was nodding off. Yeah, we were sleeping on the couch and she came downstairs yelling. Damn, I don't know that nigga last name. Can y'all tap in Antoine George? Cause he got the, I'm sorry. I know his name Antoine, but
Radio goodbye.
Goodbye.
We'll take that disturbance, Louisville.
Okay, 1156.
damn, over here visiting. Just over here visiting. Then the son got to be gone because them his kids that's in there. Yeah, them his kids. Yeah, because that's his, oh, let me shut up. Yeah, because them is his kids. Yeah, whoever Antoine is, her son. I couldn't even tell y'all what happened. Yeah, that's what she trying to tell y'all. No, it wasn't us downstairs. We was down there asleep. Yeah, me and the guy, Al, we was on that couch sleep. Yeah, we was nodded off, yeah. Wherever her son. Damn, that's crazy.
Not work.
Clear GOA. We'll take a well-being check on the Strathcona.
1158.
You're not going downtown for nobody. He was stabbed or hit by somebody. Don't know if it was who beating him. We don't know. We don't know. I don't know. Hell, drinking.
Hey, what was that name on there? Was that picture hit? It's okay, so it'd be Adrian George, would be Adrian, last name spelled the usual way. Right.
I'll stay on 6 Mile and Schaefer, yeah.
It shows his address as being 16568 Covington Drive in Clinton Township.
Yeah, so bad.
If you want to talk about that,
Just over here visiting. Damn. Is he okay? I don't know, ma'am. They got me at the hospital. Okay, now that's all I'm trying to see. Just a friend. We friends from the neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah, and I stay on 6 Mile and Schaefer. Yeah. So me and the tall guy, yeah, we were just over here visiting. I'm not sure what his medical status is. Okay, yeah, now we. Hey. Like I said, I'm cooperating with y'all. I ain't being nothing. Y'all, everybody in the house was drinking. I'm not gonna lie. But if the mama seen somebody leave, she know her son was there because them is his children. I'm not gonna, because I'm a mother myself, a 5-year-old. Yeah, I have a 5-year-old. Hey. Nobody know nothing. I could tell y'all just what I woke up to. Yeah, her hollering. And she said where her son at. The son was there. I got to pee so bad, I'm trying to hold it. You know who mom is? Other kids? Who is the? Her name is the same as mine. I don't know her last name. I'm not gonna. Her name Ashley, and she got 2 older children. Now this mom is supposed to be out there in Florida. Yeah. Yeah, and these her kids over here. The daddy. Yeah, that's his mama. The kids are here with dad. No, the kids here with dad, and that's his mama. That's what she said. She don't know where he went. He was at home. Right, but his kids are here. Yeah, them 2 babies. And the kid's mother is in Florida, yes. Does she live there or she visiting? She stayed there. Yes. And yeah, this is his mother that's here. That's the grandma. Yeah. Yeah, she don't know where he at. Yeah. I got brought up there. It's probably easier to come in and look at it. Yeah, the girl in Florida, what we know of. Yeah, we from the neighborhood, just they friends, yeah. So the mama must know something. We looking like, where did your son go? Why he ain't here? Damn, this shit crazy. Just us over here visiting. Officer. Oh, y'all get it? Oh, I need to pee. I'm gonna let y'all do y'all because I ain't did nothing now. I got to pee so bad. I'm gonna hold it. Yeah, man, I stay on 6 Mile Schaefer. Right there on Grove and Schaefer. Yeah, I'll stay. Yeah, we visitors down here. Me and the guy that's in there. Man, they should have my shit. I have to leave this month. Oh, I gotta pee so bad. I ain't doing nothing. Trying to get a blow on. That's it. Think you know, they do. They ain't got nothing on me. I ain't did shit. I ain't did nothing. They trying to do a lot of shit. And I got peace so bad. Fuck. When the fuck when I'm going on, they don't got nothing on me. I ain't did shit. And nobody left the house or nothing. Yeah, they put my coat up on me. Damn it. Well, they been trying to do their business. I don't see y'all damn. Y'all can't take me. I ain't did shit. I ain't did nothing. They talking about calling people on the damn kids. Yeah, they need a kid asking for me. We just visitors. Yeah, we just got over here an hour ago. We looking like damn, the nigga in there. You know, calling everybody out their name. She coming downstairs. He calling her a crackhead bitch. She need to stop smoking crack. And I don't know what's going on at this house. But we do come over here and visit. You know, oh yeah, the kids be here. And when I got my son, I bring my son over here. My son ain't been over here in like a week. Whatever they're gonna do, they need to come on. I ain't about to go in for nobody. I'll be back out. I'll be back out. I'm go in for nobody. I'm pissed. If the white boy think I'm lying to him, I ain't lying to him. White people try to eat you. They try to get you, they can't get me shit. They looking for the sun. They look. Look, I ain't never coming back over here. I'd rather sleep somewhere else, baby. Oh, y'all, I got the pee. Y'all finding out any information? I'm just checking y'all. Yeah, I'm just checking. I'm being patient like y'all. Yeah, I'm just a visitor over here. If I knew that son's whole name, like she said, all I know is his first name. Ooh, y'all could just drop me off at my house. It's on 6 Mile. Whoa, you said wrong place at the wrong damn time. Whoever that guy is, he coming back this way. Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't know who that is. Cuff. Tight as hell.
Volunteer DDSA in progress, 17395 Burwood, 17395 Burwood.
Oh, yeah, what? What the fuck?
Radio calling call for. Yes, sir. DDSA in progress, 17395 Burwood.
Working around.
2211.
Shit. Officer, I'm sorry to bother. How long I gotta hold my gun?
Radio calling.
Cause I can't go back in y'all back seat. I could go in the back of somebody's house, it don't matter with the cuffs on. I just gotta squat piss real quick. And I'm trying to hold it. Oh, can you take me to the corner? Okay, I can. I can try to as a woman. I can. I'm hanging in there with y'all. Yeah, where is the son at?
11320 Dexter. That's 11320 Dexter.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell. That's what the mama in there, the auntie. Yeah, she trying to tell you she was with her son. This is a dope. I ain't gonna let me shut up. A dope spot, yeah. This a car got to be pulling off because the house be hot. Me and the guy in there who I just seen Al, we was down there asleep. Auntie up there with the two kids. We don't know what nigga her son left with. We don't. We don't. And like she said, her son was there and he gone now. The boy gone. Oh no, these cars pulling up for I don't even know. Damn, this shit crazy. Just coming over here and visiting. Somebody knows something. Officer, you ain't got a cup? Damn it. Damn, I got to go. I got to go, y'all. Oh, man. Chief, can you take me to the restroom?
We gotta sit tight for a second.
Okay, and I'm trying to hold it like your partner said. I'm trying to hold it as long as I can. I'm patient like y'all is.
Sir, I want to draw your attention back to People's Exhibit 9. And you testified earlier that this photograph was taken after the defendant was transferred.
That's correct.
Are you able to identify any blood on her hands in this photograph?
In this photograph, it's hard for me to identify any blood.
Were you present when other photographs of her were taken?
I was.
I'm gonna show you People's Exhibit 10. Can you describe for us what we're seeing?
This is the wall within the Detroit Detention Center. And she is just being photographed by the evidence techs prior to processing.
I'm gonna
for
show you.
incarceration.
I'll show you People's 11. Can you show us, or can you tell us what we're seeing here?
That is just a different view of the a different side angle of the same picture you just previously saw.
And then People's 12. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
And then that is another picture of the defendant where her shirt is lifted up, exposing her back, which is also within the Detroit Detention Center.
Now, throughout your interactions with the defendant that evening, did she ever tell you that she was attacked in any way?
Not that I can recall.
Did you notice any injuries on her?
No, sir.
And can you tell us approximately how long you were in the presence of the defendant that night?
Probably approximately 2 hours.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Yeah, just a couple, officer. You can't hear me, ask me to speak up.
Will do, sir. Thank you.
You said something about seeing Mr. George on the ground. Did you mean on the floor?
I did mean on the floor, on the tile.
He was never outside.
That's
You
correct.
saw him, correct?
That is correct. He was inside on the floor, on the tile there in the walkway.
You never examined, and obviously she looks different today than she did back then, true?
That is true.
She's a lot heavier.
Yes,
Okay, so that was a picture. I don't know if you said it for sure, but that picture with the blue shirt was one of Miss Williams.
that's correct.
And you did not examine her for any injuries, did you?
No, I did not.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just to clarify, Your Honor, when talking about now and then, you're referring to this individual here in the courtroom?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any questions from the jurors? I don't see any hands raised. Okay, you may step down, officer. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed, the plexiglass is causes glare, I can't always see. Deputy's gonna get it from you. Counsel, can you approach to look at the question? Why did the police put handcuffs on the defendant and put her in the squad car and not the other man who was in the room with her?
I was instructed to do so by supervision, the sergeant that was on scene.
Any follow-up questions based on that?
I didn't quite hear that.
Can you repeat that louder?
Yes, Your Honor. I was instructed to put handcuffs on her and place her in the back of the car based on the supervision that was on scene. The sergeant that was there, who was the lead supervisor, instructed me to do so.
Any other questions?
None from the people.
Write it down. Deputy. If you know, officer, was the other person's hands, did they look at that person's hands for evidence?
I do not know.
Okay. And, were drugs found in the house or large amounts of money?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did it appear that the home was a family lived-in home?
Yes, Your Honor, it did.
Okay. One of the other questions couldn't be asked. Okay. Any other questions based on those? Okay. Remember, this is one officer of many who will be testifying in this case. Okay. Thank you. You may step down now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you all very much.
So my next witness will be Mr. Brandon Fuller.
Okay, we're gonna have to send the jury outside for a moment, and it'll just be about 5 minutes. Or do we wanna, yeah, go ahead, let's do that. If you need a restroom break, you can go upstairs, and usually we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay? Make it quick, and we're gonna go upstairs. The lunch for the jurors is gonna be ready at 11:30, so we need to break by like 12, so they can get their lunch. So fresh, I don't know what their lunch is, but.
Yes, sir. Is there enough for us?
I don't think so. Mute. Mute. Case number 20-003033, People versus Ashley Williams. This matter is on the docket for jury trial in progress. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Dreyer for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Clumpy for the defense.
And I do note for the record that Ms. Williams is present and our 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. And we are ready to proceed with your next witness.
Brandon Fuller.
Okay, Mr. Fuller, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear, I'm sorry.
Oh, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you may be seated, thank you. And you can put that visor on and then you can take your mask off. Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Brandon Fuller.
Mr. Fuller, I'm gonna ask you to speak nice and loud and clear so that all these jurors in the courtroom can hear you when you're speaking, okay? Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Fuller.
Will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Brandon Fuller.
Do you know the defendant?
Yes.
How do you know her?
Neighborhood.
When's the last time you were hanging out with her?
Last time I seen it was the day that happened.
The date what happened?
When Adrian died.
I'm sorry, can everyone hear? And, okay, can we move that microphone a little bit closer to them? Can you pull that stand that's right there, can you pull a little closer to you? Thank you.
You remember what day that was?
I don't remember the date.
Would you have any idea, maybe March 16th of 2020?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Where did it happen?
In the house.
Whose house was it?
Adrian's house.
Where was the house located?
On Hartwell.
That's in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
About what time of day did it happen?
Probably about 6, 7, 8, something like that. I don't know.
In the morning or evening?
At night.
At night? So I'm gonna take you about an hour or two before things happen. Can you explain to us what was happening in the house?
We was in there chilling. I'm sitting on the couch. My homeboy Antoine, who I was over there for, he was upstairs giving his kids a bath. First they was playing around. Adrian and Ashley was playing. And Ashley went and got a knife, started swinging the knife at Adrian. But it wasn't cutting him or nothing at that time. So, you know, they always play around. They was best friends. So
Let me back up just a little bit there. Who all was in the house, if you remember?
I can't remember everybody who was there. I just remember me, Antoine, Adrian, Al, Ashley.
Did you say Al?
Yeah, Al, Ashley, the kids, and Auntie Diane.
So I want to get back to this knife. You said at some point Ashley was swinging around.
Yeah, swinging it.
Where at in the house was she?
We was all in the living room.
And then you said at that point she wasn't hitting Adrian.
Like she was hitting him like, you know what I'm saying, with the knife like this, but it wasn't cutting him though. Like it was, you know what I'm saying, it was shooting, you know. And, you know, Adrian said he done playing, he not playing no more. And then he got up, walked in the kitchen. She walked behind him. Next thing I heard a loud boom. I ain't bothered to get up because I thought he probably fell or something. You know what I'm saying? So Antoine came downstairs and started hollering like, oh my God. Auntie Diane came downstairs and started hollering. So I get up to see what it was. Red on the ground.
When you say red, who do you mean?
That's Adrian.
Adrian is red? Where on the ground was he?
Like in the hallway, by the stairs, by the kitchen.
And when you heard the loud boom, where were you positioned?
I was in the living room still, on the couch.
From your position in the living room, are you able to see into the kitchen? Is that a no?
Yes or no, sir?
No, I couldn't see in the kitchen when I was there.
Can I just interrupt you for a moment? When you answer a question, please say yes or no. The head shakes don't get into the record properly, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
What did you do after you saw red on the ground?
I called 911.
Where was Ashley at this point?
She was in the kitchen.
Did you see the knife at this point?
Nobody see the knife no more.
Did she stay in the kitchen?
Yeah, for a minute. First, she was trying to leave. After I heard the loud thump, she came in and started grabbing her clothes. Kind of felt it was suspicious, but I ain't thinking nothing. I didn't think she, did all that. That's when I.
So you said she was trying to leave. What made her stop? If you know.
When Antoine came downstairs.
How long were you on the phone with 911?
I can't even remember. They be asking all types of questions. I can't even remember.
And then how long did it take the police to arrive?
Probably about, I don't even know, probably about 30 minutes. I don't know. I can't remember. It was years ago.
Were you there when the police arrived?
Yes.
When police first arrived, you were inside the house?
I went inside the house.
Where were you?
Like down the street.
So at some point then you went back to police to talk to them?
Yeah.
And then you provided police with a statement?
Yes.
Now, the person that you said earlier was Ashley. Is she in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Where is she seated?
Right there.
Can you say something she's wearing?
Pink shirt, black hand, red.
And how long have you known her?
I don't really know her like that. That was Red, friend.
How did you know Red?
I know him basically my whole life. He stayed around the corner from me.
Now, taking you back to when you heard the thump, you said you were sitting in the living room?
Yes.
Was there more than one area to sit in the living room?
There was 2 couches.
Which couch were you sitting on?
I was sitting on the couch closer to the hallway where he was at.
And then how did you go then to call 911?
I went around through the dining room and went to the kitchen.
And so when you then saw Ashley about to leave, was she facing you or was she turned the other way?
She was just walking around grabbing her stuff.
And at that point, where was Al?
He was on the couch, on the other couch.
So the couch further from
Yeah.
the hallway. Did you hear the defendant say anything?
No.
How do you know Diane?
That's Antoine mama. Like I said, I knew them all my life. They family.
Did you know the children that were upstairs?
Yes, Antoine kids.
At any point, did you see Red with a knife?
No.
Was Ashley the only one you saw with a knife?
Yes.
And I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. If you can't hear my question, sir, just ask me to repeat it, okay?
Yes.
Now, it's been almost 2 years since this incident. Would you say you have a good memory of it, a fair memory of it, or a poor memory?
I have a good memory of what happened when I was in the house. I just don't remember times and dates and stuff.
Understandable. And you were at the house when Miss Williams arrived, is that right?
I think she was already there when we got there.
Okay, so Miss Williams was there and then you arrived.
Yes.
And did you come by yourself?
I was with Antoine.
Oh, Antoine, okay, Diane's son.
Yes.
Now, do you go immediately to the living room?
Yeah, as soon as you walk in, that's where everybody goes, to the living room.
By everybody, you mean who?
Anybody who go over that house, go to the living room. Period. If you go over there right now, you go to the living room. So everybody go chill.
Okay, but I want to go back to March 16th of 2020. When you walked into the living room, who did you see there? What other people were in the living room when you arrived? If you can remember.
I don't remember who was.
Well, okay, let me help you out a bit. Was Miss Williams there?
Yes.
Was Alaric or Al Jackson there
Yes.
in the living room?
Yes.
Anyone else you can remember? What about Red? Was he in the?
Red was there.
Okay. Now, do you know what time it is, other than it was dark when you arrived?
It was daytime when I got there.
Oh, okay. Do you recall what time it was when you got there?
About 5 or something like that.
Okay, and then you mentioned you were chilling.
I was sitting on the couch.
Right. And everybody drinking alcohol? Or liquor, beer or something?
Me and Antoine wasn't, but that's what they do. That's what they little circle do.
By they, you're talking about Red and Ashley and, but not Al.
They all drink.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, they all drink.
They all drink. Okay, and they were drinking that day. True?
So,
Pardon me?
most likely.
What'd you say?
Most likely.
Okay. Were you drinking?
No.
Okay. Now, how long does all this chilling and drinking go on before something else happens?
Probably about. No, when I got there, they wasn't just sitting there just drinking. You know what I'm saying? They was probably already had a shot or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what their crew do. So I get in there, I sit on the couch. Antoine goes upstairs to deal with his kid. And Red, he like to play a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Red what? What does Red do?
He likes to play.
Play?
Yeah, he likes to play. He playful, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And like I say, Ashley, his best friend, was his best friend.
You mentioned that.
And
so there wasn't any hint of any trouble when you got there, was there?
No.
Well, how long? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They play all the time.
Yeah. How long were you there before something else bad happened?
Oh, something bad happened. When I got there, we was there for probably about 20 minutes, 15 minutes, or something like that.
Okay, that's when you heard the thump or the bump.
No, that's when she went and got the knife.
No, I only asked
you. Heard the thump. I was there for probably maybe about an hour or so.
Okay, you're there an hour chilling, correct?
Something like that.
You said you're very good friends with Antoine.
Yes.
You're very good friends with his mother.
Yes.
And you loved Red very much.
Yes.
Tell me about this knife. When do you say that Miss Williams went and got a knife?
Like after the 20 or 30 minutes we were there.
Okay. Do you say anything to her like, hey, why are you getting a knife?
No.
Where was she sitting when she got up?
She wasn't sitting. She was just around the house. I think she was gonna cook, actually.
Okay, she was gonna prepare the food, correct?
Yeah.
Is that what they were arguing about, Red and?
No.
Did you hear them arguing about anything while you were there at the house?
They wasn't arguing. Like Red came in and he started playing with her. You know what I'm saying? He was playing. Right.
No arguments between Red and Adrian. excuse me, Red is Adrian. No arguments between Red and Miss Williams.
No,
At some point, you claimed that Miss Williams went and got a knife and came back and started playfully swinging it around. Is that what you said?
yes,
Did she playfully swing it around at you?
no,
Did she playfully swing it around at anyone other than Red, you claim?
no.
Did Red get upset?
He said he quit. He said he's not playing no more. He said he's done playing.
Done,
When
he's
she was doing
done,
that, he said he quit playing.
done playing. Now, you said that Miss Williams went into the kitchen.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yeah, she went in the kitchen.
When?
After Red.
Red went in first.
Yes.
You don't know what for.
No, I don't know why. He just got up. He said he was done playing. He's not playing no more. Then he got up and walked in the kitchen.
Thank you. And then you said that Miss Williams went in the kitchen.
Yes.
Couple of seconds later, a minute later?
Right after, a couple seconds.
Pardon me?
About a couple seconds later, right after him.
Could you describe the knife that she had?
I don't remember. I don't know if it was a butcher knife or a steak knife. It was a knife. I don't remember. I wasn't really.
So you can't describe it.
Yeah, I think it was a knife.
Other than being a knife, you
Probably
cannot.
like this big or something like that. I don't know if it was a butcher knife or a steak knife or what.
Okay. Isn't it true that,
And for the record, he was holding his fingers apart and I couldn't tell how far apart. Council, did you have an estimate of
I
how
didn't.
far apart they were?
you can do it
Probably
again?
like this, not a knife, probably like this, I guess, like a regular.
Okay, about,
Something like that.
you're expanding it somewhere
It's
between,
somewhere up in there.
About 6 inches?
somewhere, yes, I'd stipulate.
The
that.
blade is that long or the whole knife?
I don't know exactly how many inches, but
Okay.
it was a regular knife like at your house.
Like a
Well, there's all
kitchen
kinds of knives.
Not a
But
butter
anyway,
knife, but the other
I'll
knife.
withdraw it.
Okay.
In any event, you hear a thump.
Yeah.
Do you say anything to Al?
No,
Is Al sleeping at that point, if you know?
I don't always sleep, so I don't really know if he was asleep or if he was woke. He said he woke up when he heard that.
All right, so that would indicate at least you heard him, you said he woke up, or he said he woke up. Would that indicate to you he was asleep?
Yeah, he said he was asleep. I wasn't paying no attention.
Okay. Does he go into the kitchen also, he being Al?
After that, no, not with them. Probably after Red hit the ground. But I don't even remember after that because everybody was just scrambling around trying to,
Understood, okay, so anyway, you go in the kitchen, you see Mr. George, correct?
Yes,
He's on the floor.
yes.
You
He
said,
on the floor in the hallway though, by the kitchen.
Did
There's two
you-
ways to enter the kitchen.
did you see, Mr. George go into the hallway?
No, I seen him walk and go in the kitchen.
Okay. You hear the thump,
I heard the thump.
then you see him in the hallway.
Then I sat there still. Cause I'm just like, he probably just fell over because he'd do that. So
Anyway.
then Antoine came downstairs and started, oh my God. And that's when I got up like, man, what's going on?
All right.
I
Right,
got up
well,
and seen him
thanks,
on the ground.
you've answered the question. Anyway, did Diane also call the police?
No, I think she was trying to see what was up with her nephew. I called the police, I called the 911.
Well, you're saying Diane did not call, as far as you know.
As far as I know, I don't know if she did or she did. I don't know what she was doing. All I know is she was trying to get her nephew. Her nephew was on the ground.
And her nephew said, I'm through playing. What's the last thing you heard him say?
That's the last thing I heard him say was I'm done playing.
No further questions, thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, sir, on cross, you said there was 2 ways to enter the kitchen.
Yeah.
When you first saw Red go into the kitchen, was it on the hallway side or the dining room side?
Dining room.
And then when the defendant went into the kitchen, did she follow through the dining room?
Yes.
So from your vantage point, were you able to see when Red came out of the kitchen?
Nope, I was in the living room.
You, earlier you testified on the couch closest to the hallway.
Yes,
Would that be facing the hallway though?
I was not facing the hallway.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay, no further questions from the defense. Any questions from the jury? I see a couple over here. Write them down, please. Please grab those. Counsel approach, please. Okay. One more. So two of the questions are pretty similar. After you called 911, while waiting for the police, why did you go down the street?
I ain't want to be there. All that.
Okay, and, do you have more to say?
I said, no, I don't want to say that.
Okay. Did you hear Red or Ashley say anything in the kitchen, before you heard the thump?
No, nothing was said.
Nothing was said, okay. Did you, see Ashley try to help Diane with Red?
Not for real.
What was
Like,
Ashley doing?
Like after it happened, you know, like I said, started grabbing her stuff, was about to leave out the house. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was really paying attention because everybody just thought that Red just failed. You know what I'm saying? After Antoine came downstairs and everybody started getting up, and that's when she started grabbing. I'm like, he okay, he good, like, you know what I'm saying? But really he wasn't, he was dying.
Any follow-up questions based on that for the people?
No follow-up questions, Judge.
Okay, and there was a question about the 911 call.
If the court would like, I can play that now.
Okay, you do have a recording of, Mr.
Mr. Fuller, yes, you're.
I'm trying to think of his last name, of his 911 call,
Mr. Fuller, yes.
Mr. Fuller's 911 call, okay. So you're gonna have that, mark as people who did it.
At this point, Judge, it would be People's 15
Okay.
marked and ready for the clerk.
Any objection to people 15
no,
being
no.
admitted? I'm sorry? I couldn't hear you, Mr. Plumpy.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Okay, then people's 15 will be admitted, which is the 911 call, from Mr. Fuller.
Call 1, call on Monday, March 16, 2020, 9:14 and 11 seconds p.m.
You try 911. What is the address of your emergency? Hello? Hello? Detroit 911. What is the address of your emergency? I need an ambulance to 911. I need an ambulance to Hartwell. I need an ambulance. What's the address? What's the address? What? 1929 Hartwell. Hello? Yes, sir. Repeat the address. 19329 Hartwell. What other immediate corner cross street? Huh? What's the street at the corner? Vassar and Cambridge. I don't know, but let me get what he bleeds on the phone. I don't know if he's stabbed or if he knew about to stab. Who did it? Who did it? Well, he was in his head. I don't know. He was in his head. Okay. I don't know, but he's doing like crazy. He might be doing fast. Okay. You with the patient now? Yeah. I'm sorry? Yes. Okay. How old is the patient? You said 1932. You said 1932. 1932. Listen to what I'm saying to you. How old is the patient? I don't know. He's grown. He's like 60. Tell me approximately. Huh? Tell me approximately how old the patient is. About 50. About 50. Is he awake? Huh? Is he awake? I think he's on the dog, man. You want to follow me, man? I'm saying to you. Is he breathing? Yes. Hello? When did this happen, sir? Just now. Okay. Is it okay, sir? Listen to what I'm saying. Is he completely alert? Huh? Is he completely alert? Yeah, no, he's not alert. He's on the ground. What part of the body is injured? I think it's a head or something. I don't know. It's just he laying on the ground on the touch. I think it's a head. Man, just ask all kind of questions, man. Okay, sir. So we already have your request, and I'm updating for medics and the police, okay? This is what's the wrong room. This long line, you just in, I don't know. I don't know why you want to touch him. Okay. Down the line, I'll tell you exactly what to do next, sir. I'm going to tell you how to stop arguing. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, get a clean, dry cloth or towel, place it right on the wall. Press down firmly and don't lift it as a look. She said, just get a clean, dry towel or towel and press down on the wall. Are you able to do it, sir? Oh, this nigga about to, man. I don't nobody know what the fuck we doing over here, man. And I'm giving you instructions. Get a clean, dry cloth or towel and place it right on the wall. Press down firmly. She said, get a clean, dry. We don't even know where the wound is at. He's just laying out on the ground. Okay, does anyone have anyone have anything to put on a picture? Is it ambulance away? We have units requested. Is it ambulance away? Sir, yes, I've advised the units are requested and en route to you, but we need to get help to the patient now. Do you have something to put on the patient to control the bleeding? I don't know what the fuck. I'm leaving this place. I'm leaving this place. I'm leaving the place, but the address is 19329. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah.
No, sir, that was you on the call?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, nothing, Your Honor.
Any other questions from the jury? One more? Any others? I didn't see any hands up over here. Okay, one more. And then it'll be lunch break. Oh, there's another one over there?
Yeah,
Okay. And the lighting situation. Are they all up? questions? Who were you saying, leave him alone to? At some point, did you say leave him alone?
I guess people was trying to just, you know how when something happened and people be all just grabbing on the victim and grabbing them and doing, you know what I'm saying? No, nobody know what they're doing, so I'm like, man, leave them alone, like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm thinking something might end up worse when you keep grabbing them and stuff like that.
Okay, and did you see the knife in him?
No, the knife wasn't there.
Do you know where the knife was?
Nope, I didn't see it.
Any other questions based on that from
None from the
the
people.
people?
None from the defense.
Any further questions from the jury? I don't see the other hand. Thank you, and at this point, we're gonna break for lunch. Your lunch is ready for you up in the jury room, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We will come back. It's now 12 o'clock, we'll come back at 1 o'clock, okay? Enjoy your lunch. And I have signed the release of detainer for this witness, so he is now free to leave the courthouse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The deputies will take you back to the jail and process you back out.
Judge, I'm not sure if this is too much, but I would just ask you to be excused from the subpoena to prevent.
The subpoena is now fulfilled and is excused, and the detainer has been lifted. You can take that visor off and put it in the garbage, there should be a garbage can. Put your mask back up. You have all the paperwork you need?
Are we good otherwise now?
Yes, we're ready to go to lunch.
So you can just hold tight, I'm on it.
We got a paper. Jurors may be seated. We are back on the record in case number 20-003-033, People versus Ashley Williams, appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adam Dreher for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Plumby, on behalf of the lady.
And Ms. Williams is present for the court, for the record, and also our 15 jurors have returned after lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
And we have your next witness on the stand, who is,
Alaric Jackson.
okay, Mr. Jackson, raise your right hand, and the clerk is going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may sit down, and then once you're seated, put that visor on, and you can pull your mask down. And I'm gonna ask you to speak nice and loud and clear so that all the jurors in the courtroom can hear you, and make sure you say yes or no, no uh-huhs or uh-huhs or head shakes, because those don't get into the record properly, okay?
Gotcha.
If either attorney says objection, stop what you're saying, I'll rule on the objection, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed, or state your name for the record.
Alaric Jackson,
Can you spell your name, please?
ALARIC.
And last name, usual spelling?
Yes, that.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, do you know the defendant?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her through the neighborhood.
How long have you known her?
About 5 years, maybe, or more.
So did you know her back on March 16th of 2020?
Yeah.
And were the two of you together that night?
I mean, I don't know the exact day, but it's the day that y'all top thinking about, then yes.
Where were you?
Well, we was a couple places. We started off at a friend's house, went to my friend's house, came back to a friend's house. We hung out pretty much all day.
Was there a time when you were at a house on Hartwell Street?
Yes.
What time of day was that?
Last time, that's when we started. So that was in the morning. We left, went on down on Schaefer, and came back. Can't be exactly sure what time it was though.
Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
It was evening though.
And who was all at that residence?
Me, her, Red, couple other people upstairs, Diane, couple other people, I can't think of Hook, and Antoine, and somebody else, I can't think of his name right now.
You said Red. Who is Red?
Red is the person, the deceased.
And then you said Hook. Who is Hook?
His cousin.
It's Red's cousin.
Yeah.
You know Hook's real name?
Antoine.
So Antoine and Hook are the same person?
Correct.
Then you said there was one other person there?
Yeah, I can't think of his name right now. He was locked up with me, actually. I can't think of his name right now. It's just slipping my mind. Yeah.
But you had met him before?
Yeah. He was here to testify earlier today.
Okay. So I want to take you back to that day specifically. Did there come a time when something out of the ordinary happened?
At what point?
In the evening in the house at Hartwell?
Well, in the evening, I like I said, after we, getting buzzed up all day, when we came back to the hotel, back to the house, I was pretty buzzed up, so I ended up just falling asleep on the couch.
And where was the couch located?
In the living room.
Was there more than one couch in the living room?
Yeah, it's like a section, so it was 2 pieces.
And so, in the living room, do you recall whether there was a mirror?
Cannot recall.
Okay. Can you describe, if you remember, the layout of the room?
I know you walk in the door, and then the moment you walk in the front door, it's the stairs that go up, and then to the immediate left of the stairs, there's a hallway going directly to the kitchen. Then to the left is a couch on the wall this way. It's a couch over by the wall this way, and then over there is the dining room. The dining room's a little ways to the kitchen.
Now, just for the record, sort of your hand movements, you had sort of living room into dining room into a kitchen, sort of in a circle, right?
Right.
so which couch were you on?
I was on the one, I wanna say, well, it was on the wall towards, no, north, it was, south, on the south side of the room.
All right, at some point, did the police arrive that evening?
Yeah,
Were you awake for that?
well, that's pretty much what startled me for the most part.
So what do you first remember when you woke up?
Well, I heard a big thud. Boom.
And that's what woke you up?
Yeah, that pretty much woke me up.
What was happening at that time?
I have no idea. That's when Mr. Williams came in and said he hit his head. And so I'm telling myself, just wake up. I'm like, who hit his head? I don't know what she's talking about. That's
So-
when I go.
So I'm gonna stop you right there. Was she specifically talking to you?
Yeah, she walked up to me and said he hit his head.
And at that point, you didn't know who she was referring to.
Correct.
At some point, did you learn who that was?
Yeah, because after she said that, I'm like, whatever. So I get up and I'm going to the bathroom. Bathroom is on the side of the kitchen. So you gotta go down a couple stairs and the bathroom's right to the left by the back door. So I'm going to the bathroom, just waking up. I'm looking down in the kitchen floor like, oh, he hit his head. That's what she been talking about. Stepped over him, Adrian, and went and took a piss. So then,
So let me stop you right there. At that point, you didn't think anything serious happened?
no, I just thought he hit his head because he used to fall all the time.
Did you notice any blood at that time?
I didn't.
So when you returned from the bathroom, what did you observe?
Then I saw some blood then, and then it's like, yeah, he must have hit his head. So then I just went back on the couch and sat down.
And which couch did you sit on? The same
Same
couch?
one.
Same couch you woke up from?
Yeah,
Do you think you'd recognize this room if you were to see it again?
absolutely.
Your Honor, I'm going to play exhibit 13 for the witness. This is the first clip of it. Sir, if I could have you look at the screen to your left there.
Who stabbed him?
I turned that girl, was him and that girl was like,
Which girl?
you not stabbed. Yeah, someone that.
Okay.
He said he gets paid.
Nigga right there sitting on the couch there.
Counsel. You said this is you here?
Yeah,
And so that's the couch you were both sitting and sleeping at?
correct.
Yeah, we was all sitting here.
No weapons on anybody?
No.
No? Okay.
All right, who is that that sat down next to you and got back up?
Defendant.
I'm sorry?
The defendant, Ashley.
Ashley, okay. And she's in the courtroom?
Yeah, right there.
Now, had you ever seen this video before?
No,
This is your first time seeing it?
correct.
Do you know at any point, do you speak with police that evening?
Yeah, he put me in cuffs and talked to me outside.
When they spoke to you, did you have anything on your hands?
No, I just handcuffs.
But no liquids or anything on your hands?
No, that's not going on.
At any point, did you touch Red?
I can't recall if I did. I don't believe so. Because like I said, when I saw him, I thought he was just asleep. So I stepped over him, went to the bathroom, came back, stepped back over him. But you know, he used to get buzzed up a lot, so I thought he was just drunk. Fell out. I just stepped back over him, sat back on the couch.
And on your way to the bathroom, did you see the defendant?
Remember I told you she came and said he hit his head, so then I was just like, whatever.
Where did she come from?
From the little hallway that leads to the kitchen.
So she was coming from the hallway that led from the kitchen?
Right.
Did you see anything in her hands?
No.
Did she tell you anything other than he hit his head?
No.
Have you spoken to her since this has happened?
Yeah.
And at any point in speaking with her, have you ever asked her what has happened?
Yeah.
Has she told you?
No.
How often do you speak to her?
Very often, like every blue moon, she might call me, and I look too many calls from jail.
And at no time has she ever told you what happened?
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Lumpy,
Yes,
process
Yeah, a
there?
few questions. If you can't hear me, just ask me to speak louder, okay, Mr. Is it Jackson? Yes. Okay. It's been almost 2 years since this incident. Do you have a good memory, medium good memory, or a poor memory of that day? You know what? It was a major moment because Red was like a close friend of mine, so that's pretty clear. Okay. And you said you were asleep when you were awakened by the sound of a thud or something. Right. You know how long you'd been asleep prior to that? Maybe about an hour, maybe. Well, prior to the hour, were the same people in the living room. I mean, Miss Williams, or I think his name is Mr. Fuller. That's the name you couldn't recall. Does that jog your memory? Yeah, if you tell me his first name. I forgot.
Brandon?
Oh, yeah, Brandon. Yeah, B. We call him B, so, but I know his name Brandon is Brandon. All right. So you're asleep for an hour before you hear the thud. Right, because she was supposed to be in there cooking. And so I just took a nap on the couch. And, you know. Well, how long had you been at the house before you fell asleep? I couldn't really tell you because like I said, we started off at the house. When you say we, who else? Me, her, and Red. Her meaning Miss Williams. Yeah. And Red, meaning Mr. George. Right. Okay, so the three of you were like going to different places, socializing. We just went one place. On Hartwell. Right. To socialize. To Hartwell, then we went down on Schaefer, then we came back to Hartwell. Okay, that's what I meant. When you get back to Hartwell, do you know what time it is? Is it dark or? Yeah, it's dark. I can't recall exactly what time it was. All right. In any event, at that point, you're with Miss Williams and Mr. George or Red, right, and Mr. Fuller, correct? Well, Mr. Fuller, him and Hook, they were like upstairs and. Oh, they were already there. Yeah, they were there. Antoine, Hook. Right. Okay. So you get there for an hour. I mean, how long were you there before you fell asleep? Again, you asked me that before. I don't know. I can't really recall. All right. But there was no problems that you saw during that time? Problems like arguments or anything? Well, to me, you know, I thought they were playing, you know, she had some knives and was, you know, he was deflecting himself, defending himself, stuff like that. But I just thought they were playing, they play like that all the time. So in any event, okay, so nothing serious. I didn't think so. All right. I have nothing further.
Redirect?
At any point, did you ever see the defendant cut Red?
I didn't physically see it, no.
No?
I mean, I just saw the knife being waved, but I don't know if, you know, if it was connected or not.
Do you know what kind of knife it was?
It was like, I can't, to be specifically, no. But it was like a long knife like that, with a blade like that.
So about 10 inches, you'd say?
Yeah, something like that.
Gonna have no further questions.
Mr. Fluffy?
Nothing further.
Questions from the jury? I don't see any hands this time. Oh, there's one. That part of the room is very hard for me to see with the plexiglass. I finally got the lights fixed, so it's a little brighter. Okay, at one point you stated knives plural. Was there more than one knife that the defendant had, or that you saw that night?
At what point did I say that?
You said there were knives, plural. Did you mean one knife or more than one knife?
Just one, it was only one knife that I can recall.
Only one knife? Okay, so that was just a misstatement when you said it's the plural.
Right.
Okay. Any further questions from the jury? One more. If you know, was Red a willing participant in the knife play? You said they were playing. with
Right.
knives.
Right. I mean, it's hard to say because, I mean, I'm pretty sure he was, but he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It's like that type of thing because, you know, when we get buzzed up or something, you know, it might be playing a little bit, but it wasn't seem to be serious. You know, just playing around.
Were they saying anything at the time?
I mean, this was happening in the kitchen. I was in the living room.
Did you see it though?
No, I just could hear it.
You could hear the knife play?
Yeah, with the words being said back and forth. Like, come on, Red. Like, stuff there, stuff there. Stuff like that.
Did you ever see the knife physically itself though? In your
Yeah.
hand?
Yeah.
Where was that at?
They were in the kitchen.
Did you go to the kitchen and see the knife?
Yeah, I just happened to walk by and look and see and just sat back down.
Okay, any further questions based on those that I just asked and that were asked by the jurors?
If you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, ultimately, you testified you heard Red say, "Stop playing."
Right.
Is that what leads you to believe that they were just playing?
Right.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Pompey?
No, thank
Any
you.
further questions from the jurors? Oh, there is one more. If you know, were you and Ms. Williams the only two that were handcuffed that night by the police?
I believe so. It was me, her. Yeah, because, you know, other people, you know, they left, so they didn't want to deal with police, so. I believe it was just me and her.
Any further questions based on that? Another question. Okay, well, another question from the jury. So when you said you saw them with the knife in the kitchen, and you heard Red say, "Stop playing," what was their tone like when you heard that exchange between them?
I mean, they always used to play, so he was more like, you know, girl, stop playing, that type of thing.
Okay.
So however you take that tone, that's what it is.
Were they arguing at all?
No.
I guess I'm gonna follow up. How long after that did you hear the thud?
This, I mean, that happened like way, that's because remember I went to sleep, so that was way before. Yeah, he asked me how long I had been sleeping, I'm not quite sure, but that was before I had, went to sleep.
Any further questions from the people or the jury or the defense?
Not from the people.
Any others from the jury? I don't see any hand raised. Thank you. You may step down, sir. Oh, we have to let the jury out. All rise for the jury. We have to send you up for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back for the next witness. Hands on the desk. Either that or the fridge. You have a paperwork form? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson, you're all set. So they're taking you back over to jail and then you're gonna be released. When we're down in the district with the file, these are all your assumptions from the state. Okay. Oh, we need to pull the Angela, can you pull that off the chair and put the next one on? Actually, doing a couple of these on this last shot. It's actually more advisors than I do. People tear the whole plastic part out or the sticky part off. You gotta be real careful just with the tape. Really easy to pull. How many more witnesses this afternoon do you think we're gonna get in, Mr. Curtis?
My hope would be 2 more, Judge. Today. Is Sergeant
We
Beasley's
have
in the
another
courtroom
2
now?
hours to go, so,
Sergeant Beasley's testimony includes a video of the interview.
okay.
And then,
So who's next after, is it Brent Beasley now?
yeah, sure.
Okay, and
Do
then
you want him on the
after him,
stand now or do you want to wait?
I'm sorry?
You want him on the stand now or would you like to wait for the jury?
He can come up, no problem. Are we ready with the jury? Did they go upstairs?
No, they're out in the hallway.
Okay.
Okay.
You just come stand here. in the jury room.
Oh, that's, make an advocate for my office.
Oh, okay. Calling case number 20-00-3033, People versus Ashley Williams. We're back on the record. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adam Dreer for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Robert Pumpy for the jury.
And I know for the record, Ms. Williams is present, and all 15 of our jurors have returned to the courtroom. No, we're missing one. I just saw the sweater without a body. Here we go. That's okay. Now we have all 15 of our jurors, and we are ready to proceed with your next witness, Mr. Dreyer.
Sergeant Reginald Beasley.
Sergeant Beasley.
You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Please put that on, and then you can take them back off, or bring them down. Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Reginald Beasley, Reginald Beasley.
Okay, can you take the mask off, because we can't see both of these things, sure, thank you.
Sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where at?
Detroit Police Department.
What do you do for the Detroit Police?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to homicide.
How long have you been a police officer?
17 and a half years.
Is there a specific section that you work for?
Homicide, I'm the officer in charge of the Eastern Squad.
And were you working in that capacity back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you were, I guess, involved with a case over on Hartwell Street during that period of time?
Yes.
What was your involvement?
At that time, I was recalled to assist in investigation of the fatal stabbing.
Were there any specific tasks that you had to complete for the investigation?
There's various tasks, interviews, canvases, interrogations, things like that.
Did there come a time when you interviewed the defendant?
Yes.
Now, when you take part in one of these interviews, are they video recorded?
They are, yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that video before testifying today?
Yes, sir.
Then I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 16. Sir, can you tell us what I've just handed you?
This is a disc with a copy of interview titled Williams Interview.
Are the people move for the admission of People's Proposed 16?
No objection.
People 16 will be admitted.
At this time, Your Honor, I publish for the jury.
Okay.
Well, before I do that, I apologize. Did you interview the defendant by yourself?
No, it's myself and Detective Jelani do.
And for the record, I will now publish.
All right, I just need the vote on Hartwell today.
I left my job,
We working?
7 Mile Schaefer, Farmers Inc. liquor store.
Okay, what you do up there?
Stock the liquor and I clean.
How long you been up there?
I've been there for 2 years working.
They pay you pretty good?
It's all right, it's fair.
Is it under the table or what?
Under the table.
That's the only job you got?
Mm-hmm.
They pay you, they take care of you, huh?
It's all right.
What hours you work?
From 9 to 3.
9 a.m.
To 3 in the
3
evening.
in the afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you do the lotteries and stuff like that too? Or?
All that. Mm-hmm.
All right, so did you work today?
Yes, I did.
So when did you get to Hartwell? Were you there before you went to work or?
I was there before, yes.
Okay, all right. Who you know over there?
Diane and her son.
Okay. Who's Diane to you? Friend or?
Just somebody we call auntie.
Okay, so it's not like y'all family blood or anything
No.
like that?
No.
How long you been knowing?
Since I've been over there 2013, I'm known in the neighborhood.
What's your nickname?
Ashley.
Is Ashley? No nickname?
Cash, no.
What is it?
Ashley.
You say Ash what?
Cash.
Ash, okay. All right, that's cool. So you've been knowing Diane for a while
Yes.
and everything. You said it's her and who else stays there?
Her son and the kids.
Okay, what's her son's name?
Antoine.
Antoine, how old is he?
A little older than me, like his 30s.
Okay. You said the kids, how many kids?
2.
And how old are the kids?
2 and 4.
Okay, so young kids. Your kids play with them?
No.
No.
My mother had custody of my child.
Okay. All right, so were you over there the day before then? Did you spend the night there or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you went up and went to work?
Yes.
All right. When you spent the night, who was all there?
Me, Adrian, what we call Red,
Okay.
and the guy Aldrich,
Okay. That's it? Just the 3 of you?
and the people,
Diane,
the kids, and Antoine.
Okay. All right. And who all, when you got up and went to work, did anybody go with you or did you go by yourself?
Red went with me, and the guy Aldrich.
Okay. All right, so when you went to work, did they stay there or what happened?
They stayed there. They was outside the liquor store.
Okay, just chilling out. What you guys do after that?
Went on 6 Mile where I stay at. Schaefer, yeah, at the apartment building.
All three of you guys?
Mm-hmm, drinking our beers. Then we came.
So you came back to
Hartwell.
All right, so we're trying to find out exactly what happened. See everybody who was there and talked to and everything too. So we're just trying to get your side of the story on what happened to Red today. So we kind of got, some of the particulars already and everything. So we're basically here now just to find out exactly what happened to him, because we really don't know.
That I don't know.
Okay, well, let me ask you.
Woke up off the couch here with Aldrich, me and Al. And Diane was at the stairs screaming. She was telling us to pick him up. That's how, if y'all didn't know, the blood got on my hand. Because we grabbed him and tried to wake him up. She said, smack him and wake him up.
Okay. You and Al,
we're not dating, we just friends.
Okay. What about you and Red?
We're not dating, no.
Okay. You sexually active with either one of them?
No.
Neither one?
No.
Okay. So you never slept with either one of them?
No.
But you sleeping on the couch with
myself.
Oh, so you by yourself?
Yeah, well, we nodded out on the couch drinking a beer.
Okay, well, before y'all nodded out, what was going on in the house?
The guy Red was calling everybody in the house bitches. He was calling Diane crackheads, because she, I guess, smoked, I don't know. That's his auntie.
Okay.
The kids is his cousin. And he was just clowning on everybody. Everybody that was in the house. I was sitting down drinking my beer. He was right there next to Al on the couch. And that was about it.
Did he say anything to you?
He kept calling me out my name, bitches and hoes, bitches, hoes, bitches, hoes, bitch ass hoes. I look like a boy.
What the fuck he say all that for?
He was drunk. I gave drunk. Like the auntie say, that's what he always do.
Okay. And did you get back with him?
No.
You didn't say nothing at all?
We said something. Yeah, everybody in there said something. Even his cousin Antoine. The guy Brandon that was there, which is Antoine's friend. There was another guy there. And that was about it.
Okay. So how did he get these injuries?
I don't know.
How did you get your injuries?
What injuries?
You like some injuries here above your eye?
Oh no, them old.
Like how old?
Old. Okay. Like 2 summers ago.
Oh, that old? You had stitches with him or something? No stitches or nothing? Okay. You got any other injuries on you right now?
No.
Okay. All right, well, this is the thing. Like I said, we don't know everything that happened, but we've been talking to people who was in the house, and we know for a fact that some of the stuff you're telling us is true, but everything you're telling us right now is not true. All right, because we know that when everybody started saying that something happened to Red in the house, from information that we're getting from other people, you were awake. So
just woke up when
something transpired between you and Red, and now's the time for you to tell us exactly what happened. All right, so fishing right now and trying to do something else is not going to help your situation. And I know it's painful, but sometimes telling the truth can definitely help you out. And this is one of those positions right now you need to just tell the truth. If something happened, you had to do something, by all means, that's what you had to do. And we can understand that. But you gotta say it.
I ain't do nothing.
Something happened. We know something happened. Just tell us your part of it. Tell us your side of the story. What was Red doing? I mean, he already mouthing off. He drunk as hell. He talking shit. I can tell you a good person.
He was in my face.
And what else he do?
And I didn't do nothing to him. When he grabbed it out my hand, he fell.
What did he grab?
A knife.
And what kind of knife? Some kitchen knife?
Yes.
Good. So both of y'all were in the kitchen?
Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. So what was Red saying to you to make you even pick it up?
He was gonna beat my ass.
Did you
Fuck me up, yes. Scratching on my neck, that was it, grabbing me like this.
Okay. So kind of walk me through it then. I know he's talking stuff to you. Was anybody else in the kitchen?
No.
No, did you and him? So he's mouthing out to you. He's calling you out your name. What else did he do?
He just hit me with the weapon, and when he grabbed it and tried to run towards where the door was at, he slid on the floor.
Okay.
With the weapon in his hand.
So, all right, so you picked up the knife.
Off the dish rack, yeah.
Okay. And then you said that he grabbed the weapon from you. Show me how he did that.
You just tussle with me.
Stand up, show me how he did. How did he do it?
I cut him, y'all, and I'm gonna just leave it like that.
Okay.
How did you cut him?
Where at did you cut?
I don't know.
Can you tell me how you swung it? How you swung the knife?
It was in the shoulder somewhere.
Okay. How many times you swung?
Just once.
What did you do when you swung it?
What I do, just dropped it.
No, what did he do?
Said the bitch stabbed me.
Where exactly what happened?
In the kitchen.
The kitchen. What does the knife look like?
A steak knife.
Steak knife. What you do with it afterwards?
I don't know.
You say you threw it.
I don't know where. I just let somebody in the house pick it up. I don't know.
Did you see anybody pick it up?
No.
So where were you exactly when you threw it? In what direction did you throw it?
I can't even tell y'all.
Were you still in the kitchen?
No. I was in the living room right there where her table at.
Okay.
And you sure it was a steak knife?
Yeah.
You describe it to me? What color was the handle?
Y'all got the evidence, so.
Let's try a clarification. So before you stabbed him, this back up to the beginning. So what transpired before that?
He was wrestling with Aldrich. They got into a little scuffle.
Before that, this when everything was calm, everybody was chilling. Let's start from there.
He was walking around calling me and Al out our names. Me and Al was on that couch, sitting on that couch.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Al a bitch, I'm a bitch. That's his favorite, bitch, bitch, hoes, and bitch.
Mm-hmm. So what happened next?
I can't even tell because he was just walking through the house, cussing at everybody.
You said him and Al got into it?
Yeah, just scuffling. They was tussling.
Mm-hmm. And this is in
the living room. Yeah, he had beat me in the bitch ass, which he was referring that to me, talking to Aldrich.
He said he gonna beat?
He had beat Aldrich ass and beat this bitch ass, who was talking to me.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
He went in the kitchen.
Where were you when you went in the kitchen?
Yeah, still in the living room.
Okay. What was Eldridge at?
He was right there on the couch. He was woke. He wasn't asleep. Like I said, we woke up when Diane came down.
So when he was in the kitchen, was he saying anything in the kitchen?
He was at the sink. That was it.
Was he saying anything to you?
No, just everybody had to get the fuck out of his house. Calling Diane crackhead bitches, yeah, from upstairs.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
That was it. And that's when the incident went down.
Explain that
from the point he went in the kitchen and he was in the living room, did you go into the kitchen or did he come back in the living room with you?
He came back in the living room.
And what happened when he got back in the living room?
Just was getting in me in Al's face. And I got up, just told him, yeah, because I was on the couch and you see it like this. He grabbed, yeah.
So he's on the couch still?
Mm-hmm.
Or you sitting there standing?
I was standing, I get stood up by the time he came in there.
You what happened after that?
We went in the kitchen.
Who in the kitchen first?
He was.
Then you went in there with him?
Yes.
Where was Al?
Right there on the couch.
So what happened once you got in the kitchen?
I had the knife in my hand.
Where'd
He took it from me.
Where'd you get the knife from?
Out the rack.
Okay.
The dish rack.
So when you grabbed the knife, what happened?
Yeah, tried to grab it from me.
Keep going.
And I swung it and it hit him in his arm.
His arm? Do you know which arm?
No.
How many times did you hit him in the arm?
Just once.
Just once?
Yes.
Then what did you say when you hit him in the arm?
The big stab, yeah. Hit, yeah.
Then what happened to you stabbed him again?
No.
Earlier you said you stabbed him somewhere in his collarbone.
No, that's the only time I did, and I threw the what you call it.
So looking at my body, what part?
I couldn't even tell you, sorry, because I was.
So if I'm ready, standing right here next to me. What's that? Where? Just describe how you stand. What was Red doing?
Standing like he was at the kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm. What did you do?
Someone kept swinging at me like this. Yeah, grabbing my neck.
Okay. How did you swing like that?
Like this with the right hand.
And where'd you strike him? You can touch your nose. Don't hit me hard.
Just right there. I like right there. I didn't look exactly where it hit.
What do you do once you stand right there?
Just grabbed yourself and said the bitch stabbed me and fell on the floor.
When you fell, what did you do?
I was about to leave out.
What stopped you from leaving?
Diane told us to wake him up.
Okay.
Me and Aldrich.
Did he say anything on the ground? When he was on the ground?
He was snoring. Hey, that was it.
Okay. Now, yes, I went to the hospital and I saw Red. He had a few more wounds on the parts of his body. Did you stab him more than once?
No, sir.
Well, he's coming at you, right?
He coming at me.
And you said he was coming, you were doing this motion.
He was doing that, yeah.
So when he's doing that, what do you do?
I never do, just was standing there,
So you just, whatever he's doing, grab
Now,
him.
that might have been on his arm already. I don't know, because like I said, him and Aldrich was in there tussling in the front room. That's when he jumped to me.
Okay.
But the whole thing was me, bitch, hoe, and the guy that's there, we ain't number friends. We don't sleep with each other, nothing like that. Just like I don't sleep with him.
So who said anything to him? What did you say to him?
Just leave me the fuck alone. Why you keep putting your hands on me? I'm a good friend of yours. Why you keep doing that? Like Diane say, that's what he do when he drunk. Crackhead bitches, all y'all bitches get the fuck out my house, bitches. And like I only swung it one time. Never looked where it went, cause I panicked and was about to leave. I gave Diane my cell phone, which that I don't have now. And she's the one who called the police.
Okay. Have you and Red ever gotten into a fight before?
Yes, a lot of times.
You say never been?
No.
Never go in a sex relationship?
No, because I deal with women.
Okay. You never deal with Al?
No.
Okay.
When after everything was done and Diane came down from call the police and everything, you said that you were about to leave and something stopped you from leaving, right?
Yes, because she asked for my phone.
Okay. Did you have a bag or something with you too?
Mm-hmm.
Did you put the knife in the bag?
No. Ain't nothing there but my bridge card and my clothes. Well, a pair of pants and a hoodie.
And then nobody else picked the knife up?
I couldn't even tell you that.
And when everybody came downstairs, well, I was just saying everybody, but Diane, came downstairs and she was telling y'all to call 911. Did she ask you what happened?
No, she was asking her son, and by the time I looked up, he wasn't there, or the boy Brandon.
Did you try to explain to him something happened to Red?
I was telling her that. That's when we picked him up. No, I didn't know
What did you say?
that he hit his head.
Why'd you say that? Did you feel like what you did was wrong?
Yes, protecting myself.
So why would you tell him you did something different?
Tell who?
You told Diane that he hit his head. Right?
Yes.
When was that happened? Did he really piss you off?
Yes.
In the previous incidents y'all had, was anything ever reported to the police?
Probably twice.
What were those incidents at?
At my house on 6 Mile.
Shaker?
Yes.
Okay. When y'all had the scuffle in the kitchen today, what did you have on? Did you have on that coat?
No.
Okay. So you had on just the outfit you're wearing?
No, it was a gray hoodie I had on with pink trimming in it.
Okay.
It had a pack of cigarettes in it.
What happened to the gray hoodie?
It was on her couch.
So you took it off? Yeah. You took it off and put it on the couch?
That's probably before the incident happened.
Okay. So
yeah, because that was probably before that all happened.
So when the incident happened, is it fair to say you were
Just my
wearing
shirt, yeah, just the outfit.
Okay. And then you didn't grab your coat and all that stuff until
the unit came.
Okay. Now you I know this virus stuff is going on and all of that. When this happened, did you have on gloves?
No.
So when did you get the gloves?
I get them from my job because I work with liquor and I work with Chaldeans. Them the black heavy duty gloves we work with. So yes, I had like 2 pairs in my pocket. No, them ain't no. No, them gloves I get from work.
So when did you put those gloves on?
In the back of the police car.
Hey, man, where are they at?
They took them and searched us down. They
no, okay, where you having that original? How did you get
in this coat right here, right in my pocket.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for work?
Yeah, when I go to work.
Okay. Anything else you want to say regarding this incident? How do you feel about it?
Not good, man. I was protecting myself. I'm not in a relationship. I just feel like I was being abused by a good friend of mine.
Sir, we just saw a rather long interview. Was that the entirety of your interview with Ms. Williams?
No.
Was there more beforehand?
Before and after.
What happened before the video?
Before she was advising her Miranda rights.
Is that standard procedure for you?
Yes.
And so she understood that anything she said could be used today?
Correct.
Well, I'll object. Look into her mind.
Can you rephrase your question?
I will, Your Honor. Did you have any doubts that she understood the warnings as you gave them?
No,
And now after the video that we saw, what happened after?
after, the video we saw, we took a written statement, Detective do it.
Was this written statement in line with what she told you?
Correct, yes.
Now, sir, if I could draw your attention to the screen to your left there. I'm gonna show you People's Exhibit 6. Do you know what this is?
That's a photograph of the decedent in the hospital burning.
And during the video that we saw, you mentioned some other injuries. Is this what you were referring to?
Correct, yes.
For the record, this is People's 7. And I'm gonna show you People's 8. During your interview, you stood up at one point and asked Miss Williams to point on you where she had swung the knife, right?
Yes.
Now, was that on your front?
It was.
Do you recall about where on your body that was?
It was like in my mid to upper, left chest area.
Sir, did you play any other role in this investigation?
I don't recall, no, I don't recall.
And I have no further questions for this witness?
Yeah, Sergeant, is it Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, and we've seen the video, and several times you heard her say she was protecting herself.
Yes.
And at one point, she told you that, the deceased, his hands were on her throat.
Yes, and she said he was grabbing at her neck.
That's all. Thank you.
I have no redirect.
Questions from the jury? Rest one being written? Okay. Any others on this side? No, one being written over here. Oh, there's another one. So did you see any signs or marks on the defendant and specifically her neck or anywhere else that day?
I don't recall, I know my partner acknowledged that she had some marks on her head and she said they were old.
Nothing on her neck that you recall?
I don't recall, no.
or anywhere else?
No.
Any further questions?
None from the people.
No.
What's that? Okay. They were both the same question pretty much, so, okay. You may step down, Sergeant, thank you. Next witness?
Sarah Barr.
Can you go to the first one she's coming in? I want to ask you about mine. Ma'am, can you, we have to switch out the plastic. Oh, yes, sorry. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess then, so the jury can use the restroom. All right. And then we'll come back. Well, you know, let's take it to 15 minutes for the afternoon break. This is our last one for the day.
More legal pads, multiple people are asking.
Yeah, I'm calling the Kevin right now.
Okay.
Hope he's still up there.
Judge, did you want to mute?
Yeah.
going back? No. No, we're missing two. Okay, well, everyone else be seated till juror number 2 gets here. You can sit in that chair right there if you want to. Take off the mask and put on your visor. There it goes. We are back on the record in case number 20-00-3033, People versus Ashley Williams. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adam Dreer for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Murphy from the Williams.
And Ms. Williams is present, and all 15 of our jurors have returned to the courtroom, and we are now ready to proceed with your next witness. Could you please stand, ma'am? And who is your next witness?
Sarah Barr.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
And ma'am, can you make sure you speak nice and loud into the microphone, and can you state your name for the record?
My name is Sarah Barr.
You may proceed.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where at?
I'm a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police Northville Laboratory.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with Michigan State Police?
8 years.
Do you have any other background in forensic science other than your current employment?
I was hired with the Michigan State Police directly out of school.
Where did you go to school?
I have a bachelor's degree in human biology from Michigan State University, as well as a master's degree in forensic science with areas of emphasis in DNA analysis and crime scene investigation from Marshall University.
Now, are there any particular certifications that you hold?
No, certification is not required to be a forensic scientist.
Now, were you working for the Michigan State Police back in May 6th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And that was in the same role that you currently are filling?
Yeah.
Did you perform any DNA tests associated with this case?
I actually did not perform the DNA analysis of this case. At my laboratory, we do a teamwork approach where different individuals take the DNA samples through the laboratory, and then it goes into a general backlog where a scientist will pick up a case, perform the interpretation, as well as write a report based on our results.
So let me back up then. What is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block of all life. DNA is unique to every individual with the exception of identical twins. You get half of your DNA from your mom and the other half from your dad.
And how is a DNA test performed then with this team approach?
So the very first step is to extract the DNA. So you want to pull the DNA out of the cells that the DNA is currently located in, and then clean up the sample so that all that's left is a pure DNA extract. Next, the DNA is quantified to figure out how much DNA is actually in that sample. Now, the specific locations of DNA that are unique to every individual need to be amplified, so I make millions and billions of copies of those specific locations that we're looking for. Then I run on an instrument that will separate out these specific DNA fragments based on their size and the numbers that are there. And then the computer will generate what's called a DNA profile.
So aside from the computer, what other equipment's needed?
Multiple laboratory equipment, pipettes, various instrumentation.
So then ultimately, how do you get results?
So the result is a DNA profile, which comes off of that computer at the end. It is when the DNA fragments are run through the instrument, a laser actually reads those DNA fragments, and that generates an electrical signal that the computer turns into peaks on a line.
Now, are these peaks on a line, do you believe that's sufficient data to make a conclusion in this case?
Well, it depends on what the evidence profile looks like, and that's part of the interpretation phase. I interpret every evidence profile to see if it is suitable for comparisons, and then if any reference profiles are submitted, which would be a known DNA profile from an individual, then I would make a comparison at that point.
Now, is this method reliable in your field?
Yes, it is.
Was this method then used specifically for this case?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that Ms. Barr be accepted as an expert witness.
I agree. Okay.
This witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of DNA analysis. Is that the correct?
Forensic, yes, Your Honor.
Forensic DNA analysis.
Ma'am, did you generate a report of your findings?
yes, I did.
You believe you would recognize it if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as People's Proposed 17.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you tell us what I've handed you?
Yes, this is the report I wrote.
That's a fair and accurate copy.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People 17.
No objection, Your Honor.
People 17 will be admitted.
Now, if I can just draw your attention to the screen to your left. And can you tell us what we're seeing on the screen now?
This is just a PDF copy of the report that I issued.
So how is your report organized?
So first, all the general information is listed, such as the laboratory number, which is the number that is issued when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, as well as the investigating officer, the agency involved, the agency's case number, and then any individuals that the agency has listed on that submission form, and then a description of all the evidence that was submitted.
And is that found on this form as well?
Yes, it is.
Then for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to scroll down. To the bottom of page 1, where it reads conclusions. Can you tell us what conclusions means in terms of your report?
So these are all of the interpretations that I performed. I just listed out on the report.
So in the first page of your report, you mentioned there's a swab of the defendant's hand that you interpreted as well.
Yes.
If I can then draw your attention to the screen, were you able to find sufficient mixture to compare at that point?
I'm sorry, which sample are you referring to?
So the defendant's hand was swabbed. The conclusion should be right at the top of the screen there.
Oh, there are two samples where the defendant's hand was swabbed. There is sample 1AE and 1BE.
Oh, I apologize. So we'll start with 1AE then. And this is the left hand of the defendant.
Yes, so sample 1AE was identified as left hand Williams swabs. And I interpreted that this was a DNA profile that originated from one individual that genetically identified as female. And because this was a swab of an individual's hands, when a swab is collected directly from an individual, it would make sense that I would find that individual's DNA on that swab. So I can now say that I expected the DNA of Ashley Williams to be present on that swab.
Then, if we can then go to the next one, the 1BE. This was from the defendant's right hand.
Yes, so this sample was identified as right hand Williams swabs. I interpreted this profile as a mixture of multiple contributors. Again, I could say that I expected the DNA of Ashley Williams to be on this swab because the sample was collected directly from her. However, there was a foreign DNA type present, but I cannot make a comparison to a single DNA type, so I interpret it as insufficient for comparison.
Now, earlier you said a DNA mixture. What is a DNA mixture?
So as I said before, you get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I talk about those peaks on a line, at any of the locations, if you got both DNA types from your mom, you got the same DNA type from your mom and your dad, it'll only show up as one peak at that location. If you inherited a different DNA type, one from mom and one from dad, then it would appear as two peaks in that location. If I see more than two peaks at any location, that tells me there's more than one person contributing to this DNA profile.
Did you conduct any other tests besides from the defendant's hands?
Those were the two samples that were collected from the defendant's hands, but I did receive other DNA samples.
So I want to move then to the left hand of George. Can you tell us about that?
So this sample was a mixture that I was able to perform an interpretation on. It was suitable for comparisons. So in order to make this interpretation, I used a software that is a mixture interpretation tool. Basically, I determine the number of contributors that I estimate to be in this DNA mixture, and then the software generates a profile that would be the best fit. So once that DNA profile is generated, then I can, if there are any references present, then I can compare that, and it will generate what's called a likelihood ratio. So a likelihood ratio is just a comparison of two ideas or hypotheses. In this case, I set up hypothesis 1, which was that Adrian George, Ashley Williams, and one unrelated unknown contributor were present in this mixture. Hypothesis 2 is that the DNA is best explained if Adrian George and two unrelated unknown contributors are in this mixture. So I made, based on my training and experience, I estimated that there were 3 individuals present in this mixture, at least one of which genetically types as male. And once again, because this sample was collected from the fingernail clippings of Adrian George, I can assume that his DNA is present.
Now, when making your comparison from hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 2, what did you note?
So based on the DNA typing results obtained from the left-hand George fingernail clippings, so the fingernail clippings from Adrian George swab, it is approximately 1,000 times more likely if it originated from Adrian George and two unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Adrian George, Ashley Williams, and one unrelated unknown contributor.
So broken down a bit, it's more likely that it's unknown than it is from Ashley Williams?
The evidence is more likely if Adrian George and two unrelated unknown contributors are present in the mixture than if Adrian George, Ashley Williams, and one unrelated unknown contributor are present.
I'd like to move on then to the next fingernail sample. This was from right hand George fingernail clippings. Can you describe this one for us?
So this was another mixture that was suitable for comparisons, and I estimated that the DNA profile originated from 4 individuals. And once again, I could assume that Adrian George was present in the mixture because it was collected from his fingernail clippings. And so my different hypotheses were, hypothesis 1 was that the evidence was more likely if Adrian George, Ashley Williams, and two unrelated unknown contributors were in the mixture. And then hypothesis 2 was that the evidence was more likely if Adrian George and 3 unrelated unknown contributors were present in the mixture. So based on the DNA typing results obtained from the right hand fingernail clipping swab from Adrian George, it is approximately 2,200 times more likely if it originated from Adrian George, Ashley Williams, and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Adrian George and 3 unrelated unknown contributors.
Now, earlier And in fact, you just told us there was, I guess, let me back up. What makes it sufficient for comparison, sir? Sufficient for comparison? Is there any, I guess, anything that you would see normally that could cause it to be insufficient?
Yes, if there was not enough data in the profile, then there wouldn't be enough for me to make a comparison. Like, for example, with one of the hand swabs, there just wasn't enough data from the other person for me to make a comparison. Or it could be too complex. There could be too many people contributing to the mixture for me to make any sort of comparison.
Now, in this particular case, do you believe any of it was because of its complexity?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
In the two samples from the defendant's hand, it was insufficient for comparison. Was that, do you believe that was because there was not enough data or because it was too complex?
There was not enough data in that sample.
Were there any other tests that you performed, or excuse me, any other analyses that you made in this case?
No, there was not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Yeah, just a few, I'm interested in the fingernail clippings from Mr. George, the ones you examined on his right hand.
Yes, sir.
You said something about Ashley Williams's DNA is 2,200 more times likely to be hers than anyone else?
The evidence is best explained if Ashley Williams and Adrian George and two unrelated contributors are present in the mixture, as opposed to Adrian George and three unrelated unknown contributors.
Okay, but you said something about it's pretty sure that Miss Williams' DNA was under his fingernails. Is that a fair statement?
No, I'm sorry. The evidence is best explained by if the hypothesis one, which is that Adrian George, Ashley Williams, and the two unrelated contributors are present.
Or what?
Are present in this
Present.
DNA mixture.
Well, that's what I meant. Miss Williams' DNA appears to be present in his fingernails.
I can never say for sure.
I didn't say for sure. Probably.
I could just say that the evidence is best explained in that way.
That Miss Williams' DNA is on his fingernails.
I'm sorry, are you asking me a question?
Well, yeah, Ashley Williams's DNA explained to the jury why it's on his fingertips or under his fingertips.
I cannot say how his DNA was present in the mixture, only that I can only say the results of my DNA. I cannot say, well, how the DNA got there.
Right, I understand that, but the results of your DNA show Miss Williams' DNA under his fingertips. Yes or no?
I can't answer that yes or no.
All right, not positively.
We don't say match or no match anymore because with mixture comparisons, it's a lot more complicated than that.
It is, okay. But anyway, you did find evidence of a mixture which contained her DNA. Ashley Williams.
The evidence is best explained. It is 2,200 times more likely if Ashley Williams is present in the mixture rather than an unrelated unknown contributor.
Thank you. That's all.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Questions from the jury? Don't see any? Okay, thank you. You may step down. At this time, this was our last witness that was scheduled for, well, two of the witnesses were waived, right? Because they would be cumulative.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, we are gonna break early again today. Tomorrow morning, we'll have the medical examiner at, what, is he here at 9 or 8:45?
It's your courtroom, Judge. Whatever time you want to hear, you will be here.
Let's shoot for 8:45, and hopefully we won't have any other distractions tomorrow morning, and we'll take his testimony in the morning. I think you said you have two more civilian witnesses,
Yes, Your Honor.
and any others after that?
I'm not anticipating anymore.
Okay, so hopefully the people will be resting their case by lunch tomorrow, probably, yeah, give or take. Okay, and then we'll see if the defense presents evidence. Okay, we are finished for today. We'll be back at 8:45 tomorrow morning. All right, and enjoy your evening.
All right, please.
Thank you. Seeing everything.
Anything further for the record before we close down?
Nothing for the people?
No, Your Honor, I will be asking for a preliminary ruling after their case about. Is everybody gone from the jury? About whether or not we would get the self-defense instruction based on the video.
We'll deal with that after they.
Yeah, we'll do it after, okay, thank you.